Without wasting much time, I would like to introduce some personalities within our midst. I'd like to introduce those from here. After that, I'll call upon Dr. Reina to introduce those on the high table to us all. In our midst, we have the Honorable Regional Minister of Upper East Region, in the person of Honorable Donatus Akamukri Atanga. Please, let's do it for him. We also have in our midst His Royal Highness, the Chief of the Bongo Traditional Area, Naba Salfo Alemiaro. Let's do it for him. We have other traditional leaders here. Please, as the time goes on, we'll continue to acknowledge you one after the other. Please, are there people here who cannot speak English or do not understand English? Great. So as we go on, if we have those who cannot, we will try to interpret in one way or the other in Kasem and Gruni for those who are here in Garrett. Without much ado, I invite Dr. Rina Akumperegia to introduce those on the high table. Please, let's clap for him. Dr. Rina Akumperegia Esquire is the Secretary to the Constitutional Review Committee.
Thank you so much. Thank you and welcome all of you to today's session. Bolga is fortunate. The Constitutional Review Committee decided that we would start the zonal engagement in the Upper East region. So this is an honor that is done to the people of Upper East regions. I'm sure that we would build a good momentum so that you give us good luck to take it to the rest of the country, right? Now, the team that is here today, you know, when the president set up the Constitution Review Committee, we're 8 in number. But on the table, you realize that we're not 8. But the rest who are not here, we shall also acknowledge them, that they have joined the program via Zoom online. So they are here, not physically, but they are part of this program. The chairman for the Constitution Review Committee 2025 is in the person of Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh. Other members of the committee that are on the high table, my immediate left is Dr. Godwin Jokoto. He's a lecturer at the University of Ghana Law School. To his left, immediately, is Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko. He's a member of the committee. To the extreme left, we have Professor Kwame Karkari. He's a member of the committee. Now, the members of the committee that are not here, or present that are not here, are Justice Sophia Adinira. She's a former Justice of the Supreme Court of Ghana. She's a member. She has joined us online. Let's clap her for her as well. We have Mrs. Charlotte Osei. She's a member. That's the former chairman of the Electoral Commission. She's a member of the committee. She's not here, but she has joined online. One member that has also joined online is Dr. A.C. Ansan. She's a member of the committee, but she's joined online. And myself, Reina Akumperegia, I'm the secretary and member of the committee. You're all welcome to the program.
So, Yagafara, I want to say about Solmina. Getting say, year down a little TNT Constitutional Review Committee. Ghana wara gong la tretarala. Zina tize kalante te bisa nere won tarisenta yele. Ge saba mbote ninga tuwa wira ti committee la mbalanze high table la. Bama anta adika pilot la. Ge mading ninga yeti te Upper East. Regional Minister kalan te binga sola te daya Honorable Donatus Akamukri Atanga. Ge tara bonaba naba salifo baba alemiar inga mubokala. Meiti ba heba hanwana tuwang dikwa palia. Ana takal tukuku anumu yewe zendere de kamunumu yi ane we Ghana wada kamba na tingi babo constitution tu baden tingi president mama den tingi committee sebe ni ko bangane do kete mos ko ja faron ko ba para loko ye zendere braba na je table mbanganto bantuba mo wiga sebe ni do kete mo lera yo mo ba ko ja kwen ko ba para ba de loko ni ye bantumo secretary mango odayiga o bongba yira o brada ba ye ayako sene adare se Atawe Rebanku, Regional Minister, Honorable Donatus Akamukre Woyoseni, Detaje Paramount Chief, Bongo, Lankane, Naba, Salafo, Baba, Lemiaro, onto the Woyoseni, and Netiga Tina, the Nona de Dena, Woyo, Nina Veyiga Fen, Doga Mama, the Brabham. On this good note, I'd like to invite the Honorable Regional Minister to open the program. So I'd like to also acknowledge the Municipal Chief Executive of Bolgatanga, Honorable Mr. Ayo. Please be upstanding. Great. Thank you very much. So with a round of applause, let's welcome the Honorable Regional Minister. Regional Minister, ayin you way. A program about ye Regional Minister Lawn Pri, Chonga Paravan say to Atlanta Kayiga.
Good morning to all of you. The chairman of the Constitutional Review Committee, Professor Henry Kwesi Prempeh, the Tindomol Tindana and his entourage, eminent members of the committee, honorable municipal and district chief executives, our revered chiefs and traditional rulers, representatives of the political parties, civil society organizations, distinguished stakeholders and citizens, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is with the greatest pleasure and honor that I welcome you all to this very important stakeholder engagement being held here in Upper East Region under the patronage of the Constitutional Review Committee. As a region, we are privileged to host this consultative process, which seeks to solicit the views and aspirations of our people on the 1992 Constitution. First and foremost, let me commend the committee for its inclusive approach in reaching out to various regions to solicit the inputs of citizens. This engagement underscores the fundamental principle that the Constitution must reflect the collective will and values of the people it governs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the 1992 Constitution, since its promulgation, has served this country as a foundational legal and political framework for the Fourth Republic of Ghana. It has been instrumental in ensuring political stability, democratic governance, and human rights protection. However, the Constitution, just as with all living documents, comes a time that it must evolve alongside the changing socio-political and economic landscape to effectively respond to the emerging realities, address observed shortcomings and lacunas, and as well accommodate the aspirations of future generations. Today's engagement, therefore, presents that historic opportunity for us as a people and a region to contribute meaningfully to the shaping of Ghana's constitutional future. It is the wish of the region that this engagement will throw light on critical issues of governance under the Constitution, such as separation of powers, and whether the President should have mandatory obligation to appoint ministers from Parliament. Also of concern is the functions of the Office of the Vice President, the Council of State, and the independent constitutional bodies such as Electoral Commission and the Auditor General, and how they could be protected under the Constitution. Other areas of interest is the election of MMDCEs and the mode under which it should be conducted, and the role of chiefs and traditional leaders in our modern governance. Ladies and gentlemen, also of great concern to us as a region is the issue of land and natural resources governance, especially that we are confronted with illegal mining, sales of public lands, in other words, the illicit capture of public lands, encroachment on government lands and public lands, climate change, land conflicts, among others. Distinguished stakeholders and citizens herein gathered, I urge you to be candid, constructive, and forward-looking in your submissions. Let us ensure that the voices of our farmers, traders, youth, women, persons with disability, and traditional authorities are heard. Your insight and experiences are vital to informing a constitutional framework that is just, relevant, and responsive to the needs of our people. As a region, we remain committed to the democratic governance and the development of this country, and we welcome the work of the committee and pledge our full support for its success. I trust that this exercise will yield valuable contributions that will lead to a stronger, more equitable, and accountable Ghana. Together, let us review and reset the 1992 Constitution of our beloved country for the benefit of all. May your submissions resound throughout the country. On this note, I once again warmly welcome the chairman and the eminent members of the committee to the region, and indeed all the stakeholders, and to duly declare this engagement session open here in Upper East Region, Bolgatanga. I wish you the best of deliberations, and God bless you and our homeland Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Regional Minister. Please, we can do it for him. Once again, let's do it for him. So, Upper East Regional Minister Malantola, I think I put pay la Zambo Kalala. Gating a meeting on Tonsonga, the Ghana Wara la Tarabona, the Tingalapona, Katarapuri, Itatim one about Zan. Upper East Regional Minister Mungo, Kotuti, your way, Oju Polo, Random man, away you sent to, your way, Onju Polo. Yo tina we kalmama na laki yo sento koja farm dit yo farm kuba paramama apana de marjarpo. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Nyaba Animwa. He's the Zuarongo Tendana. Paenus boy Nyaba Animwa Zuarongo Tendana. And we acknowledge Mr. Ayeta Ayimbire Tendomolgo Tendana. We also have in our midst the representative of the Catholic Bishop of the Navrongo Bolgatanga Diocese. It's in the person of Mr. Pipi Ampabe. Thank you very much. Without wasting much time, I'd like to invite the Constitutional Review Committee Chairman to give his opening remarks. So with a round of applause, let's welcome him.
The Honorable Donatus Akamugri Atanga, the Regional Minister for the Upper East Region, His Royal Highness the Bongo Naba, revered Tindani present, distinguished chiefs and elders, the Honorable Municipal Chief Executive, representatives of political parties present. I understand that you're all here from MPP, NDC, PNC, and other parties. Thank you for coming. Good morning. I think the Honorable Regional Minister did my job for me in his opening remarks. He touched on a lot of the reasons why we're here. I just want to give you this morning a short overview of the things that we have been doing since the President inaugurated this committee at the end of January this year. This is an 8-member committee. We are tasked to collate, solicit, and collect the views of Ghanaians, and then to advise the president, also take a look at the reports from the 2011 Constitution Review Commission and other similar exercises that have been done since 2011, and together put all of this together and advise the government with specific proposals for amendments to the Constitution of Ghana. As the regional minister indicated, this constitution, 32 years old this year, has served us well in some important respects. It has given us political stability, something we did not have as a country for so many years after independence. Beyond the stability, we have been able to use the ballot box to change government peacefully, unlike the situation in many countries elsewhere. So we have a lot to be thankful for the orderly political succession and stability we have enjoyed under this constitution. However, when the constitution was made in 1992, it was made under a certain conditions and certain environment. And the purpose was very simple. At the time, it was to take us from about 10 years of military rule to a multi-democratic dispensation. So the focus was on transitioning to electoral democracy. I think the Constitution has achieved that goal. But report upon report, survey upon survey indicates that Ghanaians expect more. Electoral democracy is only the beginning. It is not the end that we seek. We seek development. We seek social cohesion. We seek prosperity for our people. And increasingly, many Ghanaians have come to believe that the Constitution, while it has served certain useful purposes, needs to be reviewed so that if there are any obstacles hindering our ability to move beyond democracy to development, if there are any aspects of governance that are standing in the way of the further progress of the country, that those obstacles may be removed and that we will do all the other necessary changes that may be necessary to unleash the potential of this country. So that is the task before us. And since we were inaugurated, we have done a series of engagements with targeted stakeholders, mostly in Accra. What we have done, I'll give you just a short overview. We have met various personalities who have played a very key role in the practice of this constitution and in the making. So we met first with His Excellency, the President of the Republic, President John Dramani Mahama. He was the first stakeholder that we had a meeting with. We have met with former President John Ejekum Kufuor. We have met with former President Nana Akufo-Addo. We have met with former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. We have met with former Speaker Michael Kwe and the current Speaker, Speaker Bagbing. We have met with former Chief Justice Sophia Kufu. We have met with former Chief of Staff Nana Atudazi from the Rawlings period. We've met with many of those who have been very intimately involved in running this constitution, to get their perspective on the experience they have had and what problems they think they faced or what they think the country needs to do going forward. Beyond these eminent persons, we have also met with various groups and organizations who have a keen interest in the governance of this country. We have met with the universities, we've met with academia, professional bodies, the business community, organized labor, the military, the police, and other security services. We have met with the media. And just last week, we met with the faith community, Christian and Muslim leaders from various denominations. We've met with all of these groups, usually in a whole day session, each of them. Then we have also had meetings based on thematic areas of the Constitution. So CSOs, experts, institutions, and others who are involved with particular aspects of the Constitution, we have met with all of these groups. So we've had meetings on land and natural resources. We have had meetings on decentralization and local government. We have had meetings with political parties, on political parties. We have had meetings on the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, anti-corruption, finance, all of these areas. And we are now beginning what we call our public zonal engagements across the country. That is part of the mandate of the committee, not just to meet with the eminent persons and the experts, but to go into the country and meet with everyday Ghanaians where they live in their own local communities and then get their views about what they think the future of this country should look like. So we are very glad that we begin this round of zonal engagements across the country today in Bolgatanga in the Upper East region. Then we will make our way south, Tamale, but then go back to Wa, and then begin to go south until we get back to Accra. And then the committee will then begin to sit, take together everything that we have learned on all of our engagements, from all of our engagements, and then prepare our recommendations and a report for the president and the government. So that is the mission, that's our mandate, and we are very grateful to be having this engagement. Normally, when we have the engagements with the stakeholders, we get written presentations. In addition to this meeting, this kind of format, we usually get a number of written submissions. So far, we have about roughly about 600 from various Ghanaians. You can also send something to us in writing. And normally, if we have had a written submission, then we begin by inviting somebody who has submitted a memorandum to start the conversation. In these public engagements, it's open-ended. We are not going to have anybody make a presentation. We are just going to sit down, sit back, and invite you to tell us what you think about the way the country is governed, how you think the Constitution might assist to make it better. We are looking for solutions to problems. So that is the approach. If you think there is a problem that the Constitution can help us to resolve, please, we want to hear from you, right? So help us with the problem, but also if you have an idea how you think the Constitution might help solve the problem, that's what we are looking for, right? So we don't have any pre-packaged ideas or solutions. That will come from the dialogue between you and the committee, and then we can get some good ideas to present to the country. So thank you for coming. We are very excited. The room is full. I'm sure if we had spare space outside, it could accommodate more. But we are very grateful for you finding time this morning on an early Monday morning. I know the regional minister is busy. He must leave us shortly. But we are very grateful that you could all make it to this meeting, and we're hoping that we'll have very productive exchanges and dialogues. And don't feel restrained if you can't, you don't want to communicate in English. It's not our native language. So feel free to communicate in the language of your choosing. We will have somebody here who will translate that into English for our benefit. But be frank, but also be short, because there are many people here who want to be heard. So just make sure that you go straight to the point and let us hear you very clearly. Thank you very much, and I wish us all very fruitful discussions this morning.
We can do it better for him, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Please, this is to inform you that the program is streaming live on X, YouTube, and FB. Please, you can send this link to your friends who have not been able to make it here so that they can follow the program whilst they are home. CRCGH25. And our Honorable Regional Minister has an important task to perform in Avrongo and would want to take leave of us. So you're duly informed. Great. Thank you, Regional Minister. Please, the program is streaming live on X, YouTube, and Facebook. The link is CRCGH25. Toge chairman lan yelsela tiye ligia ayeti President nan Lukubama, Bamarade never ba ni to President Luke, to a bese, Ghana Constitution la, Bawan Englawani. Yazamiti, the technical Constitution wa bottoming a la yuma pita la yintole. Koton sunga boto, be inga, Kubate, Taranta Bugudoro, Tora Panga, la Bakele Tara Bugudo, Tora Panga, Tianandikla Nuhi di, Lerige Nerba, la Hampa Yoma Nahe, to Leman te di, Leman Lerige, the President Duma. Constitutional inge yele suma boto ama bambe ta nerba tor mege yeti la nati tere fina kubona constitution la po be inga ting bobi yuma pita la yila po la constitutional male yela ama yela nga senga bobi ta hante ku fe la wa mal passe gege kubati ting gurgala pa ninga sunga geta yeti bampo hola bara dinga to nerba zozwe sohlaba bara to tinga zudana John Dramani Mahama gera to President Kufuor gera to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo bara ke to la bawmia ge to la speakers la Backben former Chief Justice nerba zoya to bara sohlaba Accra point ba to la teacher Hermanbo University ba to la Seramenga Nboroti News la to media men la ge ken to la labor but on a nearby zozo get it la am time to buy one by wow regions lapon to our sohlat mame to bise to one England one to teruwa to tingong wapwe Ghana wapwe be inga warala tretara bihateminga Ghana la ben la ben ndana to termanti baha engbala to tiri han wabila ku wampoto so zina zirugula la dele se kuminga te nira wo hanta sela hotan toy ama o say to toy ho toy gia be inga time la kama ti zo bala ama te be het wan England wane te tere hanwa constitution la po zia minga wanta solve problems boto te tinga la pona ge te hampo katana solmini tora ge boto tola gorne yo hotan toy o sanke boto tola kasem hotan toy seba boto toy ara lango e bulibe napt ko sala mamiti to anya nerba kala to sonto to han toy batare nerba ba wangol hebinge ba hanza al bolga ba wele da gongo ba hanza al da gongo to chenga wa ba hanza al bilen to yan continue paga Accra to babate nira wonza al Ghana la hantara yele tawan yele ta yele pa habe terbese to wan England wani ga yete inga puru pea la yan wa pirde la sena inam tapo terete ta ha bahra ba wanya yele sumakala to badike bise ba wan England wani ti malo wa ti Ghana tinga wapo marse to wada la to wi the constitution na mbe hete zone sela ga po hozo zui ye ona takolo kukwanu tumu ewe president den na jonge ti kuntumu den ting nona nana ye wontumu ye yigatu ye odena tingbatu bayiswa ni di constitution ku dina tinku yi ko jige bena finto yele donto ko ke be ko parba yo tawe ko sa jan fagande de be wane faga to bade ba jige bama ba pavelam ba magba jong dandam lele kunto ko baka kunto bena ya na wene di ni vuzi jimo lere di tiokun yuti na bam kunto wanto ko ke wolara de ama bana be nona de to ba we de bangana tina tawe lere ya na tu constitution ko woni ko taw ja fagam ko wolla mo we zinjen kandi sirini bere be maroke silere ento ba suko wan ko ja fagam ko ja ke yiga me wane naji ngo senke ye na waranke enni enketemo suko wan ko fagay ko to wan to wol mama na tuyotu naji ta senta wanenta naji kol mama wanenta ina la tandol to wanu ngone balere ran fel sabari chire ye bawo badema na boboto badema ve presidente bajero bavo former president Kufuoteni bavo Akufo-Addo teni bavo ba mi abachire bantu ba mama na tunguru constitution kuntu bantu jige bens bata ba ngono na de komande journalist komande rani university na teacher tina komande labor ikokunda bala ma we ba yisba ba bobo regents ba na swani de bande jige be musru wolla kuntum bazan wo yose mbolani yiba na tiyo seni bavo da gongo jinka mana zige da gongo bavo da goro wani yiba lanta ke yiga yo we onji wu polo dada de na tuyi dikan sutu yo te no we no mama o to ngone sere ni fagando mo ba litio ngana kantone mona takalto kukukuanu akiale de
Hello. Thank you for the. I mean, my ears tell me that the translation is excellent. I could tell that you were doing it in more than one language, and I think I like the sound of it. It's very good. Thank you very much. So we are going to begin. I think we will invite. We will go with the distinguished chief first. So I think if our traditional leaders have an opinion, we will have them first begin the conversation, but that's only to begin it. It's not to limit it only to them, so that we can have an idea what it is that the community is thinking. So we'll give prominence first to our leader, and then after him, then the floor, of course, is open. The subject matter is without limit. The Constitution has many chapters, many subjects, many issues. It's from land, we started in Accra from land and natural resources to finance. There's a lot of different, many different issues, chieftaincy, land, the judiciary, the courts, the president, the parliament, local government, MMDC, election, everything that you think is bothering you about the way this country is governed, you are free to give us your opinion. If you have a proposed solution, that's even better. If you don't have one, don't worry about it. We can discuss it. So we open the floor now, and I think we'll give the mic first to. Yes. Thank you.
I want to. I'll start.
you very much, our revered chairman and members of the Constitution Review Committee, my colleague chiefs, tendanes, brothers and sisters. It's a great pleasure to be here to share with you issues that will need to be addressed in the review of our Ghanaian Constitution. I am supposed to be here with my other two colleagues from the Regional House of Chiefs, but I guess they are still on their way. And that is the Paramount Chief of Nangodi and the chief, one of the divisional chiefs from Boku traditional area, or Kusa traditional area. There's a lot to say, but I have only two things to talk about. And the first one has to do with natural resources. In the Constitution, Chapter 20, the issue of national resources have been addressed. But in my view, it looks like something very serious is missing, and that is the environment. We all agree that the environment poses a challenge to the development of this country. But the issues that have been addressed, we have mining, we have lands, we have forestry. The environment is silent, even though government has instituted the Environmental Protection Agency to deal with the environment of this country. I think that it has a limited power. And so, I will suggest that instead of Environmental Protection Agency, it should be Environmental Protection Commission. That will give it the legal backing and the powers to enable the institution or the commission to deal with the environmental menace in this country. When that is accepted, then the commission, the Environmental Protection Commission, should have decentralized departments in all regions, districts, to enable it perform creditably. The chiefs will play a major role in collaborating with that commission to deal with the environment. I remember when the president, in his goodwill, was campaigning, he talked about enacting or creating environmental courts. This is to say that the president has an idea of what is happening in our environment. And so I still maintain that the courts for environmental crimes should be constituted and environmental laws. My second point has to do with the chieftaincy institution. The chieftaincy institution is the noble institution that we all agree that the chiefs are custodians of the land. But the chiefs have been relegated to the background. we are being used as ceremonial guests than the chiefs playing its role as major collaborators in governance. You all agree with me that before the coming into this country, our colonial masters, the chiefs were the administrators, the chief justice, and everything. The chiefs managed this country until the British came to colonize us. The bond of 1844 was signed by the king, Ashanti. So you can agree that, or you agree with me that the chiefs are not what you have to joke with. But today, the chiefs have been relegated to the background. We no longer have powers to act. We no longer have powers to do what we expect to do. And so for me, I think something must be done. The fact that the National House of Chiefs is there, I will suggest that the National House of Chiefs should be upgraded to the second chamber of parliament so that chiefs can have a say in governance. Secondly, merging the chieftaincy institution to another institution is just something I think that we are relegated. Though I applaud the president for maintaining his promise by taking to 60 ministers, we all agree and we applaud him. But I think that the chieftaincy institution should not be merged. It must stand as a cabinet institution. Having 61 or 62 is not bad. The president is still within his promise. So, in order not to bore you, these are the two issues that I have to share with you in this review committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Should I say it in
May I just follow up with a couple of maybe clarifications? So you made two key points. On natural resources, the Constitution does not mention the environment, and you believe that that omission must be cured with the creation of an Environmental Protection Commission on a decentralized basis. And then your second contribution has to do with the role of chiefs in governance. The second point has come up in a number of our conversations. There are three areas where there are various submissions and proposals currently relating to the role of chiefs in the governance of the country. The first is with local government. The first area is local government. As you are well aware, there are proposals, long-standing proposals to elect our municipal and metropolitan and district chief executives. When that happens, what, in your view, should the role of chiefs be in the local government system with an elected MCE or an elected DCE? The second area is natural resource governance. You mentioned, I think the regional minister mentioned, made mention of Galamsey. There are, in fact, when we met President Kufuor, he himself also mentioned Galamsey and suggested that if we are to get a solution to the problem, it would mean involving chiefs and local communities in natural resource governance, at least in two ways. One is before a concession or license or whatever is granted for somebody to exploit or explore the natural resource in a local community, the consent of the community or the chief must be sought. The second aspect is when the benefits from the exploitation of that resource, the revenues and other benefits have accrued, the community must also be given a share of the benefits. The third area where the role of chiefs has also come up is with the Council of State. You mentioned the National House of Chiefs being upgraded to a second chamber. The idea of a second chamber has also come up within the context of the Council of State. In fact, President Kufuor also believes in a second chamber, for example. But there are also proposals that the composition of the Council of State, which now has only the President of the National House of Chiefs, is the only one with a seat, formal seat, that maybe the members, 16 members who are elected from the regions, from the district assemblies, if we replace them with people nominated by the Regional House of Chiefs, then that would take care of, that will bring the chiefs and the queen mothers and others more directly into the governance at the national level. So these are some of the proposals. Do you have any particular reflection? Or if any one of the chiefs here would also want to, give us some concrete ideas, how do we integrate the chiefs into the modern governance structure at the local level and at the national level? What very specific proposals do you have that would help us to think through this problem? Do you want to? Yeah. Should we go around? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So is I see that you or any of the distinguished traditional rulers who are here, if you have some very specific ideas, then of course the audience also, once we are done, they can also reflect on this point. But these are the questions I have for you, specifically in relation to the role of.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think if we want to go into these issues, I think the whole day will be for us. Unfortunately, my other colleagues are not here. But I think that some of the issues that have come up suggesting that the Council of State chiefs having only one member, and then the need to maybe include its membership, especially from those representing the National House, is a very good idea. But what I am referring here to as a second chamber means all members of the National House of Chiefs will now be converted to make up the second chamber. The Council of State can still be there because the Council of State has its unique responsibility to play, and that has to do with the executive governance. And so it can still have its role. But this is the second chamber, the issue that I'm talking about. Then this issue of electing MMDCs is an idea that we all applaud. Yes, in our various districts, the chiefs play a major role in assembly, the governance of the district. And so more or less advise the DCE and then the assembly members. I, for instance, play a very significant role in the district assembly concept. I participate in their budget review meetings. I put in my inputs for consideration. And so I'm much involved in the governance of my district assembly. And I believe it is same to the various districts. So the chiefs have a very major role. If we actually have to elect the MMDCEs, the principle of it should be looked at. Because if we don't take time, we will cause a very big mess, in the sense that if we are not able to come out with an exact proposal, who can contest to be elected as DCE or municipal DCE. You end up having a DCE elected, having his political affiliation, his political lineage to a different party rather than the government that is in power. So what happens? If I am an NPP and I'm elected DCE for Bongo, and then John Mahama is president and he's NDC, assuming John Mahama is coming to Bongo, and he's coming to talk in favor of his party, what he would do to make sure that his party succeeds. Am I supposed to succumb with him to come to a time that a president will go to a place and the DCE will refuse to meet him because he's not his party? So that is an issue we have to look at. If it is they are going to be elected, then is it only people who are members of the ruling party should put up their candidates, or it should be anybody at all? So that is the question left with for you to, you people are intellectuals, lawyers, you know how to put it. So that is the bigger challenge that we will have if we don't address the issue properly. And the chiefs are prepared to work. Also, the chiefs are still maintain that we are supposed to be non-partisan. We are not supposed to be involved in partisan politics. But we play our role as leaders, as fathers of our various jurisdictional areas, and will continue to support the government policies for every government to succeed and development to take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to add a little bit to the issue of traditional authorities.
By yourself.
I'm PP Apabi Baba. I'm here representing the bishop, but I also serve under the chiefs. In the Constitution, in the appointment of the wanted, it is said, in consultation with traditional authority, the wanted is appointed. But in practice, the chiefs are normally written to present one person or two to the assemblies. So that word, in consultation with traditional authority, is not practicable. And we think that we have to look again at it. Thank you.
I don't know whether we have exhausted this topic, because I have something different.
Sure.
Can I go ahead?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, the major problem that is facing this region, and I'm sure. Yeah, my name is Nyaya Yen, and I'm a long-term activist. And I'm also chair of Savannah Research and Advocacy Network. And the issue I want to raise is about mining. What is happening is I hope that the committee can find a way to get something written into the Constitution about mining companies, small-scale mining companies, and galamsey. And I want to take the example of this region, the Upper East region. For example, Katna has been given authority to exploit for gold everywhere. Upper East region is only 2.7% of the land area of Ghana. And wherever you go in the Upper East region, you have Kaduna exploring and fighting with people. So I think that it is important that not only in the Upper East region, but across Ghana, there should be something written into the Constitution to indicate that there are certain areas that you should not allow mining to happen. For example, as we're talking about the forest area. And I think communities are important. For example, in my community, I come from Zanlergo. It's a very small community. And you have Katna mining company getting there every day and wanting to mine gold. Where do the people go? Unlike the Tallahassee area, that there is some small forest that they were able to push people to and mine. In our area, there is no area. So I think that it is important that the Constitution should have a provision that you can mine everywhere. Where do you expect the people to go? So there should be a place in the Constitution that should look at mining seriously. The whole of Upper region, it seems, have got a lot of gold everywhere. And if we just allow these mining companies to mine everywhere, one day we will not even have people. Probably you have Nangori town, you have Bongo town, you have Bolga town, and all the villages will not be there. So I'm appealing to the committee to see what they can do and ensure that mining is not just allowed anywhere. The second point is that you also have the Nanas here who want to work in alliance with the chiefs to ensure that land issues are well represented. You have the Tinana, isn't it here, who has something to say and send a presentation. Thank you very much.
Yablika Mabasama Wanabasare, Bonero Dio Poma, Tabulika, Tinana Mabukala, Tubulika, Armabukala, Tubulika. Ma, Yuridela Ayata Ayimbiri, Yaba Bolka Tinana, Jita Tino Moloko. Major Calabulika, Dele Yelmangre, Upil and Boma, the Alabini. Behind ye Tinana la Tinganana. Ayaba la use one of you, Tingala poor year to a year and Tinana. Tijila, Nero, I cannot. Tinana la, Buri Nero, Ziata Ziri. Ingari Atengarana, Lana Zili. Tinana, Varazila. Bad Majabulika Karawa. Dele mengre tumati na ndoma lambo opa iswaza yuru ka bo gwamna la nuhu gemi sona tingala dina wo kina kira tinga wo ko gwamna tam lupo nero to kira na tina no mane yu so do to ka bat ma jabuli ka te suwa boya ba boy tina bula jelba buru opa iswaza jelba pore tete yete ndekla gonwa bo te koka jurma wa Batar lifta ki ba constitutional poor gina pungulu ba Accra. Jala to makami to ma la shi to ma yuru ka bona gong la poor na tru ko tol ne ngala. Kita na tengara na ma ya ba yuji de tengara yiya ma yira tenana la. Ba ma jabuli ka ya tin po na ra wuya. Gerkin ka haka ne ko bot batar pa ti la songa ti mala na no wajan wa ba ti mal tengara. Ma norum baraya.
Good morning. That's the normal Ndana. And what is this morning, the purpose of him coming here, not he alone, he is represented to Ndamas. You can see a good number of them around. What he's saying, they were the first settlers. And they are alluvial owner of the land in this part of the world. That is the upper east and the upper west regions. And when the 1992 Constitution was drafted, it didn't take recognizance of them. Because when you look at the Constitution, it stated two lands instead of adding the skin land, which was not captured. So they thank God that this current government is setting up this committee to take memorandum from various stakeholders who also have a stake in the land. So their names were not captured. So this morning, they have been able to come out with their memorandum where they want to present to the committee. And they are pleading with you that you consider them too. When you are reviewing the Constitution, then they will be captured in the Constitution. Because this area, there's friction between certain state owners because their names are not there. And I thank God that this Constitution is going to be reviewed. So this is what he is here standing on behalf of all the Tendames of the region, the whole area. I think there are about 67 who have signed this document to present to you this morning. That is why they are here this morning. Now, Abdul, come up. Zianangara. Now, lay a tontana.
Concentration of executive power, Chapter 8, Article 70. Yet the extensive appointing power vested in the executive under Article 70 is disproportionately dormant. The over-centralization of power undermines checks and balances, potentially affecting good governance and democratic accountability. 2, independence of the judiciary. With judicial independence is the cornerstone of democracy. The provision granting the Chief Justice the authority to empower justice of the Supreme Court raises concerns. This function could be subject to abuse, compromising impartiality, and eroding public confidence in the judiciary. A review to ensure transparency and safeguard against potential biases is imperative. 3, Article 71 holders. The current framework for determining emoluments of Article 71 holders requires critical review. The existing arrangement have often been perceived as non-transparent and inequitable, fueling public dissatisfaction. A restructured, fair, and sustainable system for remuneration is necessary. Three, enhancing electoral integrity. The composition and independence of the Electoral Commission must be reviewed to ensure it remains free from under influence. A broader consideration process for appointing its members could bolster public trust in the electoral processes. Protection of minority rights. Safeguards for minority rights, whether political, ethnic, or otherwise, should be entrenched to promote inclusivity and equity in decision-making processes and national development. Last not least, review of transitional provisions. The transitional provisions of the 1992 Constitution, particularly those granting indemnities to members of previous regimes, should be revisited to align with principles of justice, accountability, and the rule of law. And the election of MNDCs should be looked at. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning. My name is David Amazevga. I work with Meta Foundation. It's a civil society organization. I just wanted to add something to the chieftaincy issues. So my suggestion is that if it happens that we are going to have our MMDCs elected, I suggest that the chiefs should be made to play a major role in the local assemblies. We could make something like an advisory council to neutralize any political and other issues that may come up after electing the DC. So I propose that we have an advisory council in the assembly to serve as advisory body to the local assembly after we have elected the MMDCs. If not, we'll go back to where what we're trying to avoid, to come back to the same thing, because the political issues at the local level, like what is happening with our members of parliament, would hinder development at the local level.
So to make the chiefs play a major role, let's involve them at the local level and set up an advisory body to supervise or advise the local assembly in terms of the development and other issues. That's a suggestion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have a presentation from the representative of the regional missionary of the Ahmadiyya Mission.
Thank you very much, most revered Chief, Chairman for this committee. My name is Abdul Wahab Adam, representing the regional missionary for Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission. Sent some few recommendations. One, reducing the presidential powers, and that we should introduce a constitutional amendment bill in Parliament. We should require an independent commission during the vetting of people he may appoint to be ministers. We should also engage stakeholders. And the reason is that this will ensure checks and balances and reduce potential abuse of power. The second one is reforming the current ex gratia payments. And we should amend the Article 71, that is entrenched, via a national referendum, and then set up an independent emolument commission. And this would build public trust, reduce wasteful spending, and promote fairness and modesty in public service. Election of MDs. I think this has already been done. And then he said that we should amend the Article 2431 and possibly Article 51.3 and conduct a national referendum as well. And this will increase accountability and strengthen local democracy. The next one is about we religious leaders as promoting religious equality, and that we should add a non-entrenched clause for explicit religious non-discrimination in our constitution. This will protect minority rights and foster unity. Building national development plans. How do we do that? We should legally empower the National Development Planning Commission. We should set an enforcement timelines, and this will promote long-term national progress and prevent the politicization of development. These are the few things that he has sent me. Thank you very much.
Can I go?
Whilst we continue with the engagement, I'd like to introduce to you Na Pariyong Kosum Asaga Yelzoer Nakwana of Abdam Traditional Council. Chief, you are most welcome. Fuzane.
Yeah. Good morning to you all. Mr. Chairman of the Constitutional Review Committee of 2025, Revered Chiefs, Tendames, Protocol observed. My name is John Yalmon Badengwanoya. I'm the Regional Director of Birth and Death, of Births and Deaths. Yes, sir. My office was duly invited. And I'm here with about 2 members, including myself, making 3. A lot has been said, but first of all, my revered chief said something concerning about the election, and it is part of it. I'm going to submit. The issue is, he was talking about maintaining the current trend. We are suggesting that, for that matter, these chief executives should be elected. 1, the reason being that the constituency in which, or the district in which that person is coming from, everybody needs development. Therefore, whoever takes over being elected by the constituency or the districts stand for development for everybody. Therefore, this time, people may be projecting, as Mr. Apabe said, there are certain things we look at them, but they are not physically on the ground. Assembly is already having representative from the chiefs. The chiefs play a major role. Therefore, I think electing MMDAs is an appropriate for Ghana to move, so that we know the president stands for a political party. Therefore, when the president nominates MMDC, that person, whether you like it or not, he belongs to that political party. But when it comes to election, it is for everybody to go and vote. So we stand. The second point I want to put is the election of the president, or the tenure of the president. The current constitution talk about 4 years and eligible for another 4 years to make 8 years. There will be some people somewhere who will be thinking that we should increase it to 5 or 6. We want to suggest, Mr. Chairman, that the 4-year tenure of the president is in good direction and eligible for another 4 years, and that ends it there. Mr. Chairman, once again, before I take my comfortable seat, it's okay. I know you will call me, but relax now. When you look at chapter 15, 16, and 17, in the current constitution, the powers invested on the president for appointment, even up to my department, is too much. CEOs. And at times, the president wants to be clear. He can tell the person you have appointed, I don't even see his face. And this is at times we call it job for the boys. So we want to say, as I've mentioned the chapters, it talk about commission. Let's this to this commission or make their own way of appointing somebody to be the head, so that the idea of, oh, it is the president's boys or he belongs to that party, that is why he has been given that position, should be null and void, so that we can continue from there. On this note, I say congratulations to everybody here, and I'm not qualified to say thank you, but I thank you for the opportunity. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. You would take your comfortable seat. Please, we want to encourage that when you come, be snappy, straight to the point, and gisty. So that we can have everybody to contribute, please. Now, when you come, you don't need to repeat the protocols. Just stand on the existing protocol and proceed. Thank you very much for your understanding. Please, I will come to you, but this time let me take our venerable chief, a comment from our venerable chief. So Bonaba will make a comment. After that, we would allow Nakwana to make his submissions. then we'll give a lady the opportunity. And then, of course, I'll go to my friend over there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a point of correction. My brother made a statement. I think I didn't allude to the fact that the MMDCs should not be elected. I only said that we should look at how the process by which it will be done. So please, if you didn't hear me well, I didn't say that.
Thank you very much. Please, it's announced for your attention that there is tea, Milo, among other soft drinks outside, and water. Please, if you feel like taking any, you just
A number of you, I think, have made suggestions around the election of MMDCs. Some of you have raised concerns about the implications. For example, if you elect an MMDC in an area that is where you produce an MDC from the NDC, and the president of the Republic is from MPP, for example, some concerns have been raised about how exactly does that work. Now, so I want to press this point. I want to ask for more input. So currently, we don't allow chiefs to participate in party politics. The Constitution says chiefs cannot participate in party politics. One of the reasons why that has been done is because chiefs represent their community. They try to lobby for development from politicians in Accra, the region, and there is a concern that if you allow chiefs to participate in party politics, the government, if they are on the wrong side of the party, the government in Accra may discriminate against their community when it comes to development and projects and other things. Some people have also suggested that we should elect, not granted, I'll come back to you. The suggestion has been made also that because of the similar concern around electing MMDCs, that we should not elect them on a party basis. So some people think that we should elect MMDCs, but parties must not be involved, so that this problem will not happen. So those of you who believe that MMDCs should be elected, are you proposing that we should elect them without parties, or are you proposing that we should allow parties to be involved? Because the concern that the chief raised, I think, is very a legitimate concern. Many people are concerned that once we elect, it will become MPP, and then there will be a problem with relationship with the central government in Accra. So can we learn from the chiefs, the way we choose chiefs, say politics, and apply the same thing to MMDCs that they cannot belong to a party? Is that what the people want? Or do you just want to elect MPP, MMDC, NDC, MMDC, and we just let them work with whoever is the president in Accra? Yes. So that currently is the problem. That is why the election is not happening yet, because the two parties are divided on this issue. So what is your opinion on that?
All right, please, so we're going to limit ourselves to the question he's asked. Now, let me also correct an impression. You do not order a chairman. It is out of order to seek to order a chairman. Please take note. Thank you.
I support the election of MMDCs on party basis. If you disagree with me, why do you have an opposition MP in Parliament? Are you advocate or advancing an argument that that constituency will not get its development because the MP comes from an opposition party. That is not right. The municipals, the district assemblies have their own internal generated funds. They also have the common fund. And there is nowhere that because this the district chief executive doesn't come from your party, his allocation or the district's allocation of the common fund will be cut. It is not possible. And we shouldn't be hiding and digging our heads into the sand as if we are ostriches. When you go to assemblies now, the members of assemblies are partisan. They indicate this belongs to this party, this belongs to this party. When it comes to approving presiding members, it is based on partisan politics, and they vote according to the parties. And that's why some district assemblies do not have presiding members, or their approval of this is difficult. But if they are elected, there's nothing that a parliament or an assembly can approve him. It is because he has won the elections as a member of a contestant who stood on his party and he won. So we shouldn't hide. It should be on party political basis.
Thank you very much. Please, still on election of MMDCs. We take about 3. Is there a lady? No lady? So those who have not spoken.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the DC or the MMC, Ambugri Samwasapak, from Savannah Research and Advocacy, I think it will not be appropriate if it will, the party that won can give at least 3 or 4 people and will vote. Because the DC is representing the president. In reality, I work with, I'm a public servant, and I know what is happening in the assemblies. Some of the opposition MPs, the DC, they will sit on that common fund. And how to assess is a problem. They struggle. So if, let's say MPP wins, they can give us about 3 or 4 candidates and we'll vote. We know those who are reliable, those who have us at heart, and we'll vote for that person. But you just don't apply and go, then they will sit down, give us someone who we don't want. And that is the problem. So please, it should be on party basis, but the party should give us at least 3 or 4 candidates and we'll vote.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, Chairman, for raising this. I think it's a dicey issue. And yeah, sorry. I'm David Ayene. I work for an NGO called Youth Harvest Foundation Ghana in Upper East region here in Bolga. I want to depart from the 2 submissions. They are on the side of it should be political. My first question is why is partisan, sorry. So why is it that now we even want to elect? The question is that it's appointed. If you are appointing, it means that it is the party that is in power that is appointing. Again, even internal party politics is even more dangerous. So by the time we are also going to go through election, it is still a form of nomination within the political party. And I will not go that, because we are also coming to a point where we are saying that if they vote you into power, because the MP I voted into power, whether I voted him or her or not, is my MP. And whether he's in my party or not, is my MP. So if we advance the argument that if you vote for any person and it's not in the party, we are not supposed to even be thinking that way. And it is that same thing that is still making us divide. So that if I'm the one in the ruling government, the person should be there. Of course, the issues they are raising, they are critical, they are real, and that is what is happening. But it's not supposed to be. If you elect somebody as your MP and is from NDC, and I am MPP, I didn't vote, you should be able to come and overcome that and develop the area. It is not because of our party. But if we go this way, the parties should nominate, the party in power should nominate and they'll vote. It's like we are all psychic to go along the same level.
Thank you very much.
And it will also be another run. Internally, the parties will have to finance all of that. And the issues will even aggravate more. So I think that we should just leave it as open, people should vote. If there's indeed the people who think they should go, it means that the people are not looking at whether you are NDC or MPP. They just think that you can be fair and be neutral. And I think that we should vote based on that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. My name is Reverend Emmanuel Kwakumenu from the Presbyterian Church of Ghana, Bolgatanga District. I want to go with the assertion that it should be neutral, because in our country we have the district assembly members who are not supposed to be, how do you call it, political, but they are. So we should allow everybody to stand on behalf of the people. Recently we know Asante region, or Asante, excuse me, I was about to say Presbytery, coming from the church. Asante region doesn't belong to NDC. But when they come, they do a lot of work in the Ashanti region. But they are not on the side of the government. So we should allow anybody who feels is ready to serve his country to stand, so that we all see development in the country. We cannot always do everything political, politics. It is dividing our country. NDC MPP is dividing Ghana. So we should allow people who are apolitical to stand and serve their countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So are you, that when it comes to MMDCs, the people who stand should not belong to a political party?
Yes.
Are you saying that it should be non-partisan?
It should be non-partisan, yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. So my name is Dorcas Zoga. I'm here on behalf of the Young Urban Women's Movement by being supported by Widows and Orphans Movement. So if we want to talk about the nomination, most of the times you go to the assemblies, and then because the government or the president appoints them, that is why when they come, in the district, they are serving as president appointee, because they go and they said, I have been appointed by the president. So anything they do in regards to what the president do. But then we also have MPs who are in parliament and they don't have their president in power. And they come back to tell us that because my mother or my father is not in the kitchen, I cannot do anything in the district and all that. So in my opinion, I would say that we should vote. It should be based on party, because if you tell me that MPP is in power and you bring NDC that they should come and vote for NDC person, the person can win, but then the person in power up there can deliberately frustrate maybe the person who is being given the power to rule. But then since the person is also MPP or NDC, who MPP has come out and let's say MPP is in power and they have voted for the person, it's easy for them to really work. And also I've seen that the affirmative action bill has been passed, but let's also find a way to play a role of deliberate including women too as well. We should always add deliberate actions to bring women on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Mr. Chairman, I was one of them who raised that question. And I stand for non-partisan. One, in our communities, we know everybody. When you stand to be elected as district chief executive, we know how your steps were. Party imposed people on us. Therefore, the integrity of the will let us to vote that person. It is not which party you belong. And that is why, even in the Constitution, having chapters up to 26, the day of the election, for the president, goes the same thing with the member of parliament. If we want to do it different days, I am telling the party which wins the president, I think all the constituency will go on that tangent. Therefore, I suggest that it should be non-partisan. But if you don't trust yourself, don't just attempt to come out. That is my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We invite Nakwana to do his presentation. Nankona.
Go.
Okay. Okay. Our president is not there. So I think I would take permission from my former vice president, Bodnaba. We've already been told about the time and the protocol. So I hope you understand me. I just arrived last night from Accra. I was given this information on Friday. Saturday morning, I woke up with my eyes closed because I've gotten what we may call Apollo. But this is very key. This program is very key. Actually, I don't know how you are going about it. But what I know is that it's constitutional review and that we want to make some inputs. But chiefs have had a lot, we have a lot input because we have been, in a way, rejected. You give all the problems to us. Any problem that happens in the community, they say, oh, the chiefs should have done it. The chiefs should, everything. They are complaining, they bring the chiefs in. And some can even go to the extent of lambasting us. But the Constitution has not been fair to us. Since you people say we will run and leave our sandals, you have not reversed your thinking. So sometimes you would appear, you may pretend, but it's still in your mind. But chieftaincy can never run in this our community. We all know it's a time-tested institution and will stay. And you must make use of us. Yeah, so every time the ministers come, we complain. Yeah. So I have a lot to do today. Just assuming that other colleagues will do other things, but make a lot of input. Now, one thing that I have observed, which is not auguring well for us, is about the district assembly, the composition of the district assembly. It is assumed by many people that chiefs or that traditional council are supposed to have representatives. But it looked like those who came out with the constitution were trusting on the reverence that we have. And so they were a bit careless with the way they constructed it and believing that people would understand and will revere us and give us those opportunities. But since we started democracy, things have changed. People are now very legalistic. That is why every chieftaincy, if you are in skin, you go to court, just like NDC, MPP. Now, whatever you do, it will be questioned by the people. They don't care. They don't care whether you are father or your grandfather. It is not their business. So we have been in trouble. Sometimes we don't have representatives. So I want to propose an amendment. You know, it says that what called one person from each, but the D is important, that other persons not exceeding 30% of the total membership of the district assembly appointed by the president in consultation with the traditional authorities and other interest groups in the district. This is what is in the Constitution. This is what we have always expected, that they will give us representation. That is how it has been carved out. So you are even put at the level of other interest groups, whether they are whatever or whatever. You, the traditional level person, you have been put there. So if they consult and then whatever say they don't want this, you are in trouble. It won't go in. So when you sit in your palace and you are complaining, this DCE came and he didn't put, and you know the politicians, they look at what they think is your lining. So they come and they will mind you. I think we should change that. And I want to propose for that D, other persons, including at least one representative nominated by the traditional council or house of chiefs within the district, not exceeding 30% of the total membership of the district assembly, appointed by the president in consultation with traditional authorities and other interest groups. I think this...
May I, excuse me, so your proposal, what would be the effect of your proposal? How many nominees would the traditional council get from your proposal? Just one?
At least.
One
I don't know what, yeah.
So
Well, at
there's
least.
1/3. There's 1/3 reserved for the government nominees.
So
how many in your proposal, if it's accepted, how many the chiefs propose for that 1/3? Just one person?
Chiefs will want at least one, yeah, my colleagues are saying two. Two persons. From just the 1/3, just only two people. They've showed me their fingers. Pardon? Oh, you say at least two. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes. That's right. So that it doesn't become, okay.
Then I want us to tackle common fund. When I was coming this morning, I had to call about 20 people to get a vehicle to bring me. I came from Accra by air. I came to look for a vehicle to come. Somebody met me and said, "Ah, but Chief, what? Just if you haven't brought a car, just hire a car. How are you coming to enter here?" When I was coming from Nangodi, the people met the police. When they saw me, oh, they said, "Chief," they were saluting. And all that they are telling me is that they leave something behind. And because I didn't have, I also saluted them. I think But you see, people expect that we have so much. Meanwhile, we have nothing. As a civil servant, I had per diem, I had all manner of allowances, including a salary. And at that time, I was concentrating on a narrow job. Today, I am the lawyer, I am the agriculturist, I am everything, the developer, everything. Look, I have to go and read constitutions to come. And tomorrow, Pentecost Church is inviting, and I have to go and look at scripture. Too many things to do. Meanwhile, we don't have resources. Nobody is giving us money to do what we are doing. And apart from that, when there is not raining and they go out, they will come and tell you that you should do this and that. And we have to provide the resources for the fetish people to do it. Meanwhile, traditional rulers, you haven't added it to your budget. And I think that we should compose this, what do you call it, constitution, in such a manner that we can be added to a budget line. Because we do so much. If they are in the forest, hewing the trees, and you have to send people to go and watch. The people cannot just go. They don't do that. They also pay school fees for their children. And so you need to give them something. And you need to buy motors so that they can chase them. This all needs budgetary allocation. But we don't have it. So I want to propose an amendment. Yeah, common fund for chiefs. No, I work more than most of you in your offices. I work more than you. Huh? He was talking about we lobbying. I'm in Accra. Crisscrossing. Everywhere. And you go and they say the minister is not there. He's having a meeting. You don't want to drag him out. And whether he will even be dragged out is another question. You sit. Then by the time you realize they say he's moving this way. By the time you realize they say he has traveled. And you are using full well going around trying to lobby for this region that we are in that is so much deprived. In fact, sometimes you don't know we are deprived until you go to other places. We are so much deprived. You want to let them know that all our graduates have come here holding their papers, they don't know where to pass. They can't go to Accra. To whom? It is we. And they have always told us, you this chieftain, you have to change now. This. And when we are doing, we use resources. My Land Cruiser is now motorcade because of crisscrossing. We need that fund for any one of you who is here and think that it is too much for. Look, it's too small. If we want to do the things you people want us to do, and if we want to be effective and to give you joy, the MP will just come, work a few days, they vote him, he's going back to Accra to go and stay in his comfortable house. It is we who stay with you forever. So we are the people who are worried. It is we you disturb us mornings and evenings. And we have to do the job. We sympathize with you. They talk politics. But we are with you in reality. We need that common fund. And every one of you who is here to add his voice and fight for us. Because you have new chiefs who are well informed and can do better the district, the district chief. Yeah. Yes. Yes. We can do better. And we do. If you want me to read justification, I'll give you justification. When you laugh, no, I thought, no. We need it. Okay, but if there is time, I'll give you the justification. But maybe let me go ahead and just mention the things I want to talk. Okay. That should go. 5 minutes more. Okay. Well, I want to add that in the district level, we should be part of the district level. In the regional level, is it 252? But it is coordinating council should include 2 chiefs. But never do, have they been given us those opportunities? So you see, you were there. Were you giving us? Okay. And in that, they are recognizing our de facto membership that we contribute so much to this country, and they put us there. Unfortunately, where we are in the districts, we are not part of it. I want to suggest that we amend and bring it down there, that we will practice it. So law and practice would merge. Then I am also saying that putting chieftaincy under local government is wrong. Thank you. You see, my chiefs are doing like, it's wrong. And nobody should think I'm against the minister. In fact, I've interacted with the minister at National House of Chiefs. He has been there. He's a very intelligent man who respects tradition, and he's a wonderful man. But look, what we are doing, we are supposed to be politically neutral. But when you begin to put us under ministers who are partisan, we can have difficulties with them. Our resources as regional House of Chiefs, very bad. For that reason, the whole of this year, we haven't sat for one single meeting. Meanwhile, the regional House of Chiefs is supposed to be like the parliament, where we meet and discuss issues of importance of this country. But the office is just standing there. We don't attend meetings just because we don't have the resources. Since this new government came, Bonaba, have we had anything yet? So this is what we are going through. And so you should separate us. Either you are separating us and putting us under the president like it used to be, or maybe, Bonaba said that the number one. So, or maybe the worst is to bring us back to our Ministry of Chieftaincy and give us a minister to take care of us, because we are so important. You may have to give me a chance to come back again. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Serious business.
Thank you so much. Let's do it for him. Let's do it for him. Please, when you are called upon to speak and you want to come forward, please don't pass in front of the high table because it's live streaming. You come through this lane so that you don't disrupt. I'd like to invite our...
Mr. Moderator, I also would like to appeal to those who have written down something to actually send us written submissions, because even though the oral engagements are useful and we are recording everything, if you have it in writing, it's easier for the committee once we begin to sit, or even we can take it home and read it in our leisure time. So I would appeal to all of you who have something in writing to actually submit it to us. We have an email where you can send it, submissions@constitutionreviewgh.org. We will post it. Our IT people will help us to broadcast it before we leave here. Please send us something in writing so that we can actually have a hard copy for our use later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, if you want to speak in the local language, you are welcome. Nera hambota to grone kosal buli kasim utanwana toy to translate boto. Now you say na la songon kasim na manje tado yen la ngoni. Nwana ngoyi ba translate papa over to you.
Mr. Chairman, our revered chief, all protocol duly observed. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to start. My name is Awal Ahmed Karyama. I work at Rise Ghana as Executive Director. We are a civil society organization based in the Upper East region. Mark Twain once said that I'm an old man. I've seen a great many trouble, but most of them never happened. We know that this is not the first time we're having a constitutional review commission or committee. We are hoping that the inputs here will be taken seriously and to receive the highest level of assent. These are the proposals that we have. First of all, the appointment of our security chiefs, particularly, for example, the IGP. This is largely political to the extent that the very best person in the police service would never get the chance of becoming an IGP because of either the real or perceived political leaning of the person. So the proposal is that we look at making this a part of an entrenched provision in the Constitution so that we can decouple that and let people who are eligible be nominated in a public appointments committee can look at their merit and appoint them accordingly. And secondly, tied to that is the issue of our regional and municipal security and district security councils. If today, any of us in this room maybe is from a different department or sector becomes a municipal or district chief executive, by virtue of that alone, they chair the district security council. The police, the highest level police officer there doesn't chair. The chairperson is the DCE. We are assuming that by virtue of becoming a political appointee, you are an expert in security matters. We know that we advise, the technocrats advise, but the advice of the technocrats, 19th of the time is not taken. So tied to that, we need to look at that also. The other proposal is around, we know we are in the Upper East region and Northern Ghana already. We've been singing, since I was born, I've been hearing about the fact that there's a developmental gap between the North and the South. That developmental inequality, we have not been intentional about addressing it. I'm not talking about the National Youth Employment Agency and the normal institutions we set up to pretend to fight poverty or address the inequality. I'm talking about a deliberate kind of intentional investment. So we can commit the various district assemblies and MMDAs in their medium-term development plans and the regional development plans to make a regional development plan binding beyond successive political administrations, so that we know that once you have a political, development strategic plan, it outlives a particular tenure of a government, and will make these provisions entrenched in the Constitution such that no particular government can come and torpedo it to do its own either green book or the other one is what? I beg you, let me mention the two so that nobody will crucify me. We know where some people have green book, the other people have yellow books, that's fine. So we need to be able to do that. The other point, the last point I want to make is about the issue of physical decentralization. We spoke about the fact that we want to decentralize. All the election or appointment of a DCE will not have any weight if the local government ministry continues to buy everything in Accra, procure, all the procurements are done, all the contracts. There are some young men in Bolga here who are desilting our gutters. They don't have the chance to engage the DCEs because the DCE doesn't even know. Then the DCEs are here, they call it parachute projects. You are sitting in the office, a project is parachuted from Accra, it comes to you. They don't have control about it. We need to have a provision that would ensure that we are not only decentralizing our local governance, but that decentralization goes with fiscal decentralization. Thank you for your audience.
Thank you very much. Please, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce His Royal Highness Naba Muhammadu Asibi Azonko, Gumbo Naba from the Coastal Traditional Council and a member of the Upper East Regional House. Please be outstanding and let us welcome you. Now, Ken. Please come. We have our second lady to speak. Okay, so you could stand over there. Okay, once you are coming. All right. So if you want, you could stay wherever you are and speak. So
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Rebecca Dingbono. I'm here representing Campaign for Female Education, that is CAMFED, and I'm here with my colleague. Gifty Akure Malim. Yes. So whilst my father and the chief was talking about representation and support for chiefs, one thing that was also running in my mind was the Queen Mothers as well. Are they well represented as well? Can we also support them? Can we also add them to the council so that they can push affairs that affect women and also the children in our communities? And besides that too, when I've forgotten his name, but he spoke about the issues that are currently happening in our mining areas. And one thing I'd like to bring to your notice is that it's not just about those issues, but then our human resources at risk. In most of the mining areas, the young boys and girls are currently not doing the good decisions or even at the good knowledge to make decisions. When you go into most mining communities in the Upper East region, there's high rate of teenage pregnancy, there's high rate of school dropout, and most of children are neglected in these communities. What are we doing about that? I know that most NGOs are well represented here, and there are initiatives that they are currently taking to address these issues. But how about constitutional backings to be able to well address these issues so that our young boys and girls will be able to make the right decisions and not just chase after money, but be able to do the best that they can to be able to use their full potentials at the best. And another thing I would also like to talk about is the media space. We are currently in a very technologically advanced society, and the media space is growing. What are some of the reviews we are making in the digital aspect of the Constitution? TikTok is a very high boom in this country, and most of the youth are there. Any youth that has a phone, they are making videos, they are saying anything they want to, and even most of the info they consume there is quite not the best. And as a media and literacy advocate, I'd like for the chair to go deep into the digital aspect of the Constitution so that we can revise it and make it the best to our consumers, even in Ghana. And also, I'd like to applaud the president and also Ghana for initiating the Free Pad initiative in various schools. It's very applaudable. And to echo what my sister said, Dr. Zoga, that we need to implement deliberate affirmative action. There's been a whole lot of debate about it. Most of the time, we hear that affirmative actions, we have representation for women, 50%, 30%, but is it really going on? Is it really happening? We want to see it happening. We want it to be deliberate so that our women and young girls will be well represented, and even people living with disabilities. We want to see the vulnerable in our society being supported. My sister had the opportunity to visit some of the mining communities in Upper East, and I just wanted to highlight some of the issues going on and why we need to tackle it.
Okay, thank you very much. So we had an advocacy program within Shega, and what we realized was that these young guys drop out of school at the age of 16, 17, and even at most 18, and they go into these mines, and after gaining the gold and the money, they end up getting married to 3, 4 wives at that young age. And at the end of the day, when the money is gone, they neglect the families and run down south. And these young ones are really suffering in the communities. And we are appealing to the president to also look up and the chiefs to also put up some laws and also kind of encourage these women over there to also help us to help them grow well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On this note, I'd like to invite the president of the Ghana Bar Association, Upper East, Senior Thomas Namo. Anthony Namo. Please, let's do it for him.
Thank you very much, Prof. And then, very nice seeing Prof here. I remember in 2000, Prof wrote an article concerning the repeal of the criminal libel law. I was doing criminal law at the time, so I said, oh, this topic will come into the exams. So my grade in criminal law was largely because of your article with IE. So I anticipated that the topic would be an examination question. Indeed, it came. And of course, Jokoto is here, my senior at the bar and my lecturer for LLM Maritime Law. So thank you for coming. And even though the invitation was a bit problematic, we had to squeeze time and come. So we are grateful as a Ghana Bar Association, Upper East, that you've touched base with the region. But we are told at the national level, you've given us a slot to meet you. And I know all that we are going to say will be going there. But on the MMDC's issue, I think it has to be elected to prevent projects being parachuted, as somebody said. Because if you are not elected, and somebody is elected by the whole Ghana, and he has given you power to stand in his stead in your district, obviously, you cannot decide that this is what you... So those around the president will decide they will decide the contract that should come for you to award and what they will award from the national level. So it is in our own collective interest that we should elect the MMDCs because, and I'm sure I'm also here in a different capacity as MPP regional chairman, and you will realize that you get a lot of enemies when MMDCs have to be appointed. Somebody will say you don't like him. Somebody will say you like him. I remember in one of the districts recently, somebody was beaten and blood was oozing because when they went to vote, the nominee didn't get the 2 tests. So it brings a whole lot of problems and acrimony among the party people. So it's better for it to be elected. It will also diffuse this issue about winner takes all, because one of the problems in our elections is the fact that if you win, you take everything. But if there is an election, potentially all the parties will be represented and manning the districts. You are able to get elected to rule the district depending on the development projects, the environment you clean, and what have you that you have done. So it's imperative that we do that. But with our revered chiefs, I still stand by the provision in the Constitution that their offices are so noble that it should remain as it is. But wherever their skills are very needed, we can always appoint them to boss and other things. But if a chief is contesting, people will throw all kinds of mud at the chief. But it's not, in democratic setting, people don't have limits. So that's my submission. But as I said, the GBA would meet the committee in Accra and all the other positions will be canvassed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Adingo Francis, representing the Upper East Youth Association. We'll make a formal write-up to the commission, but we have some few comments. For me, for the past 30 years, we have been dealing with the 1992 Constitution. The question we ask ourselves, is it actually outmoded? It is just that the enforcement, we have one of the best laws in our Constitution currently, just that some few potholes need to be done. And as lawyer just said, first I want to tackle all the chiefs. You can imagine if we should have a second chamber for our chiefs. I believe in a school of thought that it says that currently the Council of State, that composition should be scrapped. Look, if a country will prosper, It depends on the constitution. If you ask yourself, what is the work of the Council of State now? They are an advisory body. And yet, each of them will be entitled to some coupons, some allowances, some land cruisers on what have you. That office is outmoded. And moving forward and reviewing this constitution for the next generation, we should scrap that office. Secondly, I still trust the office of the vice president. It should be scrapped. What is it there for? The vice president is there just as a ceremonial head. So let's look at it, how we can have this concrete constitution that can leave us in the next generation. We are moving to an IT world, we are moving into a technological world. So if we want to go by what my father Bonaba have just said and what Tongora just said, it means that we are going back. In some years, they said the Board of 1944 was signed by the chiefs. But as we move on, the chiefs have, the constitution said they should remain neutral. So we plead that our fathers, the chiefs, please just remain where you are, and then let us do the politicking and other things for you. You can imagine if a chief gets up and say he's going to contest, even at our traditional level that we are supposed to have chief. Look at the chieftaincy issues that we are having. How much more if we want to say, okay, we are electing this person to go and represent us as a second chamber. You will see the kind of boss, and they have enormous power. We belong to a part of the world where we are saying that you cannot enter any community without going to greet the chief. The chiefs have a lot of powers already. They have resources at their disposal. It's just how probably they have to manage it with their subjects. That is where we have the problem. But for us to involve our chiefs in partisan politics, I think that they should remain where they are and let the young ones do that for them. The other one has to do with the president, the age of the president. Can we limit it? Yes, at 50. If you are 60, I can go on retirement. The president should also be contesting. Because some of them, we can just see some of the past. See, at a certain point in time in life, you look weak. So obviously, some tasks you can't do them. It's nature. So you see a whole president sitting in public and sleeping. So we should limit the age of the president. So that's another issue. And then the composition of the district assembly. I want to plead. Is it possible for us not to leave it for MPP and DC, but the appointees should not also be limited to the president and his people to appoint? Can we have professional bodies representing us at the assembly level? For instance, nurse should be represented. For instance, a police officer should be represented, or other interest groups. But we leave everything for the politician and the assemblymen. And yet, they will sit at their meeting and they get up here, they take their allowance, and the community is not developing. Let's get professionals to be on board. The composition, they should add professionals. Yes, the chiefs are there. They were saying that they should remain the one, not two. They should remain the one. Because at a point, we'll still come to whatever decision they take at the assembly, they will come to a local level and discuss with the chiefs. And I agree, if they want some resources as a country, yes, if there is enough resources, they should be given to them. But like my father said, that we should look at common fund. Already the common fund is not enough. Already the common fund is not enough. So we are begging and we are pleading. And then I will have made my other point. So that some election appointment of independent bodies, like the police, what do you call it, electoral commission. Can we have it in the constitution that we should have a public service commission that will appoint such people? So that it doesn't rely on John Mama to come and say, I don't want this person. Or Akufo to come and say, I don't want this person. That is retrogressing and sending us back. So we are pleading. The constitution should have a public commission that is in charge to appoint all security and other independent bodies so that they can work independently without the influence of any political party. Thank you very much. But we'll add more.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, thank you so much. I go by the name.
This but yeah, he's too little. Look at when the young lady was about. Hello. Mhm. The young lady who came introduced something, but it's part of it. Queen mothership is chieftaincy. It is just good as a woman. He's reminding us that when we are sending the chiefs, we should let the female chiefs to be part of it. But when I talked for chiefs, it's for all of us. But you also saw that they already, as I said, they were giving us an assignment. And then when we are not made members of the district assembly, when you even make bylaws, does it work? That's why we need to be part of it. Now, the gentleman is talking about the upper house. Replacing Council of State with the upper house, I think he has a good case, if that is what should be done. But the upper house, in where it comes from, started as a royal house. And now it is for very key people. So that when the lower house are partisan like we see in our parliament, it will go there and they will be more reasonable to step things down. I still would agree with you. I don't want us to be partisan. I don't want it. You know, my son just spoke, Lawyer Tony. Now, sometimes there are things when I want to say, if it is against, it's against MPP. I have to be moderate or I have to drop it because I want to have him. He's a pillar in my traditional council, intelligent and everything. I don't want to lose him. You know. So, for me, I think I stay away from the partisan politics as much as we can so that everyone will see me as a father. And indeed, Tony is the one who fears my palace, but all other people, MPP, you see, they all come to sit in my palace and we have a good chat.
Yeah, I think my son probably didn't understand what I meant by the need for us to have a second chamber. The second chamber doesn't mean that the chiefs should subject themselves to partisan elections. No. We already have a mode of getting our members to the National House of Chiefs. We, the chiefs, elect among ourselves to get 5 members from each region to make up the National House of Chiefs. So what I was just saying here is that the National House of Chiefs will now just be converted to the second chamber. We are not saying that we, the chiefs, should go and contest for elections. No, it's far from that.
For me, I would say we should be the mainstay of this house. But if religious leaders can be identified who will be part, I think this democracy will go very well. That people will not bulldoze their way through parliament and just have it free. So for the, what do you call it, upper house that should be constituted by chiefs and maybe eminent people is important. But this man doesn't know what is happening at all. You see, the mistake everybody is doing is that he thinks that this man is giving me cattle and sheep. And this man thinks this man is giving me gold. And none of them is giving me anything. It doesn't exist again. Let us be frank about it.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Safayak Limatu, and also I have to add my voice to the few that has just been discussed. One has to do with, like my other colleague women said, the participation of women in the Chief Council of Elders and also in other decision-making processes. The Constitution in its Article 277 indicates that Queen Mothers are part of the chieftaincy institution. And so we don't see this clearly, especially where we need to have their rules spelled out. It has just been categorized as traditional authority. And I think it's from that lane that the Tendaments are also having their view that they are not well represented. Now, another issue have to do with these Queen Mothers. They do not take part in Council of Elders elections. Even the General House meeting, when we try to engage our chiefs, the issue has always been that there is no resources. So I think it's something that can be looked at. Like Chief mentioned, if there could be budgetary allocations for these activities so that these women and Queen Mothers can actively take part. Now, the other also has to do with, I'm thinking whether there could be something like a regional strategy. Because I remember in a number of our radio engagements, we didn't have a document that we could refer to. In our women development forums, radio talk shows, on trade talks, we didn't have a document that we could just point out to that the document indicates this, and so we need to do this. And I think this will also ensure that there's continuity and consolidation of effort of previous government. Then also I support the issue that DCE should be elected. The reason is that I think that will facilitate the functionality of the district substructures. I'm talking of the unit committees and the others. And also that will help us be able to make fast replacement of our deceased district assembly members. This is what I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give it to your sister over there. Hold on.
You spoke.
Yes.
She spoke.
Okay, but hold on. Somebody has a contribution here. I'll come to you. He says he wants to say something.
Yeah, thank you. I'm representing persons with disabilities. I'm Alokabila Collins. One of our major issues is the accessibilities of the structures. So we will appeal that any structure, be it public or private, should be accessible to persons with disabilities. That is our first point. And the second one is the job market. We are underrepresented in the employment and the job market. A lot of graduates with persons with disability are struggling to get job. Some even at times commit suicide as a result of pressure from the family for being a burden to them. And we again appeal to the committee about some of our members. You can see someone is here signing for this, our member. So if they go to hospital, it's always a struggle to talk to the doctor to give them what they needed attention. So it will plead that if all the regional hospitals will be having sign language interpreter in the hospital so that anytime they are there, they can get someone to talk to help us. Okay. And the last one is our common fund. We appeal that if government can increase it to 5%, it will help us because the numbers are more than the 3%. So we are pleading to the committee.
Thank you very much. Okay. Alale Baba Atimbila is my name. I'm from Pusiga. Mr. Chairman, we are told that education is the key. I want to propose or suggest that if not all the sectors, at least education, we should have a plan in our constitution that for 30 years coming, let's get experts, sit down and review our education from the basic to tertiary. If not, the current dispensation is said that you complete, and the very key that they'll give it to you, you will not have any door to unlock it. Secondly, I just want us to look at the Article 66 of the Constitution, talking about the tenure of the president. It does appear the Constitution is not clear. If I standing, I become the president for 2 terms, and I go home and relax after 5 years, can I still come back? It does appear the Constitution is not clear on that. Thank you very much.
I think the Constitution is very clear on that one. You can only stand 2 times. It doesn't matter the sequence.
Thank you very much. Honorable Reverend John Akaribo. I'm speaking on behalf of the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana. I think this very meeting is important, that if NCC were to be aware, they should have given pre-notice and asked that they're inviting to prepare their memorandums. So that as we speak today, we have discussed a lot. We just come and talk on an article. We don't come out with anything tangible. We discussed about Article 270, Article 71, Article 241, 51, 240, but at the end of the day, we are not getting anything from it. And it's not easy for you to just come here or to present a proposal which you've taken, apart from the Tendamas who have been able to do that, and then my chief who also came out and then they did that. But what I just want to add is that we need to, when we read through the Constitution, I've seen that this Constitution is very rich and we don't need anything. I think what we lack is implementation. Implementation of this Constitution and how we apply it. And some of the provisions also lack legislative instruments to back them. I think this is what I've seen. But in all, what I've seen that is also lacking is the fact that we don't have a very, what do you call it, policies concerning agriculture, health, and education. So every year, any government that comes will just bring in this policy. Another government comes, bring this policy. So we must make a deliberate attempt to put education, because these are the 3 pillars of any country: education, health, and agri. We will have a tentative policy whereby any government that comes in, whether you are butterfly government, you are mosquito government, you come in, you cannot change the policy because it's policy that we have all agreed. That should take us far. Other than that, what we are doing, we are not going nowhere. But to me, I was thinking that maybe the Article 71 holders, I mean, there are moments there have almost the whole nation is just working and toiling. Our taxes, everything is just toiling to feed the Article 71 office holders, which I think is not fair. They must be able to look into those things. So this question of labor upheavals, salaries, they are not enough. Nurses will be talking here, teachers here, all other people, category of people are here. They should look into that one so that we see how best we can rationalize these things so that it will help our Ghana as a nation. So on this note, I think peasant farmers, we will be coming out with our, what do you call it, our presentations that we talk in terms of our Greek. And we'll be doing that at a national level. So that when we do this, we'll present it to you. But next time, with all the invited people that are here, I will encourage that they should be able to go back, and I wish that the legal bodies here, they should have guided us on this constitution. These are constitution things. We much don't know it. It's just like my brother, the clergy. When you take the Bible, except that you are going to preach on a subject and begin to go through the Bible, whether it's in Isaiah or it's in Genesis, the same thing applies to Constitution. When there's a problem arises, then we begin to go through. Is it article this, says this? Is it article this? It doesn't make all of us to be aware of what is happening. So I encourage all our other partners to be able to go through the Constitution and then be guided with it and come out with something that is very tangible. Thank you very much.
Hello. My name is Dr. Michael Wombego, Executive Director of PADA, a civil society organization based in the Upper East region. There are three things I want to mention. One, the traditional authority. I think that the Constitution should be very clear on who is a traditional authority. Because if you look at it carefully, as the women came and presented, the Queen Mothers are very silent. Even at the traditional level, their functions are not seen. And then the Tendames in particular. In fact, they are the custodians of the land when it comes to, I will talk of Upper East. They are the people who own the land. And even when there's mining activity, the Tendames are not consulted, only the chiefs. And the chiefs, excuse me to say, with all due respect, have hijacked everything from the Tendames, including even ethnic landholders. And I tell you, it is raising a lot of confusion in this country. It's just that it is very silent and people are not aware because they have authority and they can just decide that this is what we want. And the mining companies, when they are coming, they say, go and see the chief. And the chief will take everything and leave the rest. Now we are talking about supporting the chiefs, and I think it's in the right direction. But again, if we ask, when the chiefs enskin somebody and the royalties that they collect, how much do they pay tax to government? Nothing. You see, carefully we should look at some of these things so that we will see how the chieftaincy authority will also become very significant. If not, it is like when I become a chief, one chief said, when I went to the Enskinning authority and then I paid and bought my chieftaincy, did you contribute to me? And then you want me to do ABC. And I think that that is how the chieftaincy is still standing. Let's look at it carefully. I believe that our chiefs must be given special role to play in government. But they should first of all look at the, let's say, the National House of Chiefs. One of our chiefs respectfully wanted to say that like the National House of Chiefs could become the second chamber. No. I think that it is an institution, it's an authority, and if they have organized themselves from the grassroots to the national level, let it be so that they can rather fight from there to get resources to support the grassroots. That is number one. Number two, when it comes to mining at the district level and what have you, we all know that the royalties are paid to central government. The district assemblies are not included. What the mining companies do is what they for the communities is like maybe corporate responsibility, which is just like from their own free will. But that should not be it. I want to suggest that the Constitution should be very clear on it. If you go to Talensi, for example, even at the mining communities, children are lying on their bare bellies to study. Meanwhile, there's a lot of money. And let me register it here. The Cardinal Mining Company is the second largest mining company in the whole of Africa. And you go to where they are mining and people cannot study, there's no hospital, there's no good road. Let's come of it. All what we are doing, if these things are not properly documented, we are wasting our time in Ghana when it comes to these things. And I want to suggest strongly that this should be the cry of our traditional leaders, the Tendames, the chiefs, the district chief executives, the assembly members. This should be our cry. The Queen Mothers, let our children benefit from what they have lost, because in the next 10 years, there will not be land for agricultural activities because of the farming activities. And yet the Constitution is very silent. And individuals are harvesting into the silence of the Constitution for their own enrichment. I think that we should do something about it. That is, let me come with the last one. In the Constitution, Article 29, the criminal law, the lawyers will help me put it better. There, a woman is supposed, consensual sex, a child of 16 years can consent to sex but cannot marry. I see that one not to be situating well with very intelligent and enlightened country like Ghana. We all know that when you have sex, you can become pregnant. And they are saying that you can have sex, but you cannot marry. And when the girl becomes pregnant, what happens to the unborn child? Who takes care of that? And we all know that we respect the marriage institution. I want to suggest that consensual sex should be taken. I know some people will say 18 years because it's the age of voting. Yes, it will be better. In future, we can look at it up to 20 years. Because under 20 years, the person is a teenager. And the health professionals are here. When a teenager picks seed, there are a lot of complications. And I would suggest that this should be reformed if things go well so that we can be better. But following this one is one last thing on the national health insurance. Look, pregnancy is not it's not something that we can look at it that it is not optional. It is the continuity of our humanity. And I want to suggest that when a woman is pregnant, emergency services for all pregnant women in this country, if government can say that if you are entering the university, it is free, then when you are pregnant and you have an emergency and you have to be referred to another hospital, the referral should be what? Free. And this should be put in the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Professor Chairman, let me add my voice to saying that I am quite humbled and privileged to be discussing issues with you being the chairperson. Indeed, you are one of the few people in Ghana that when you speak, somebody like me, wherever I am, I leave whatever I'm doing and come to listen to you. But of late, I don't hear you so much. So kindly respond to the various radio stations so that we can continue to learn from you, Prof. I have some few issues. My name is Michael Mantamia. I'm from Ministry of Health at the Nursing and Military Training College, Zwarungu. The first proposal, I'll be as brief as possible. Separate Attorney General Office from Minister of Justice to help improve on fair trial, either real or perceived, because perception is also important, so that the Attorney General will do his or her work with the government, and the Minister of Justice, even if if we don't want to appoint the person as a minister, maybe the state attorneys, who is not politically exposed or partisanly exposed, could be made to be the Minister of Justice. Two, separate executive from legislature, so that there can be proper checks and balances. The current situation whereby we have 2/3 of ministers half, right? Thank you. All right, more than half should come from parliament. I think it's strangling the life of parliament and executive to some extent. And I think that the president should be allowed to pick anybody that is competent, even if the person is not partisan, to serve. There are people who are not partisan, who will not want to be partisan, but are capable of performing the activities of government. So separate executive from legislature, Montesquieu said it. Article 71, office holders. I think this has been flogged severally. And just to emphasize, so that you know that there's a lot of people who are clamoring for that. Let's look at it, even if it means a referendum, let us look at it properly. Because people have the perception that you have to be a politician in order to reap a lot within 4 years. And there are others who will not want to be politicians, but they are also capable. So let's look at that aspect. It may be perceived, but it's also important. 4, This one, let me be biased a bit for the health training institutions. I don't know whether I should have directed this to Parliament, but I think the Constitution is even beyond Parliament. The health training institutions, for that matter, the nursing training colleges, have a lot to do, and yet little is given to it. A lot is expected of it, and yet not much is given to it. I want to propose an appeal that if the nursing training colleges could legally benefit from GET Fund. Currently, the NTCs, even though they are health, but they are educational in nature, don't benefit from GET Fund. Sometimes you have to lobby, arrange, and they would tell you are not part of education. This is purely education. And we have to lobby and lobby before you can get. Some don't get. And here I want to pay great homage to my Member of Parliament, the current Minister of, the current Attorney General, for helping my school to access some of these projects. But health training institutions don't get GET Fund. And I'm appealing that we should amend the law in Parliament or even in the Constitution so that we can access. We are supposed, the health training institutions get fund from only one source, school fees, IGF. Our counterparts, not just to compare, our counterparts are the training colleges and maybe the universities, apart from the school fees, get government subventions. I stand for correction. And then get fund projects for capital requirements. But the NTCs rely on only IGF to do the same thing that these other institutions are doing, the universities and then the training colleges. When GTEC comes, Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, they measure the nursing training colleges with the same rod that they measure the universities. We use the school fees, just IGF, to provide recurrent expenditure, capital expenditure, buses to send the students to clinicals, classrooms, dining halls, just from the school fees. So we will add that you help us to be able to access GET Fund. I also want to appeal that the EC chairperson should not be appointed by the president. This should be done by an independent person. And the last one is an appeal that this is the second Constitutional Review Committee. And I know it's a serious one, judging by the ones that are leading it. We pray that there should be action on these particular proposals that have come. Of course, you modify them and shape them, but there should be action. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the second privilege again to give my submission. But whilst I was sitting, the other one I gave was more on the MNDs, and I had to respond quickly to what the chair said. But I was thinking about what Doc just said. When he mentioned, I said I wouldn't talk again. My concern was if you are a child of 16 years and you can consent to sex, but then unless 18 years you can marry, I think we have to relook at that. I don't really know, but I think it's something we really have to look at that too. And then the education aspect too as well. I'm coming from a district where I personally go to communities that where gold and they are doing mining there, but children are lying on their parents' cloth to study. Is there a place where we can put it in our constitution that if you are a mining company venturing into a community or a district, you should be given a specific role that every year do this, or maintain roads, or put up hospitals, and this in the communities. And then Ghana have nice laws, but I think it's always about implementation. Implementation is always the problem. Environmental-wise, let's look at our environment in our country as well. I feel NATMO, for instance, it's been, it's not the NATMO you see they are supposed to do. And maybe probably it's not spelling out the roles that NATMO is supposed to have authority and do all this. And I think such things have to spelled out very clearly in our constitutions. And also, lastly, I am looking at our MNDs. Let's take Upper East, for instance, 15 constituencies. Let's look at the number of females who are DCEs. I stress again, sometimes there should always be a deliberate action. That boils down to the affirmative action bill again. So please, and please, and please, I think we need to really stress on that. And our education, our roads. Look at a district, Talisi district, that has mining companies. And before I forget, is there anywhere in the Constitution that talks about relocation of a community? Maybe probably you've discovered that there's a gold in this and you have to relocate the people just to make, there's a, okay, I just needed to clarify that. Thank you.
Before we continue, just a few clarifications. There's been some comments around the age of consent, sex and marriage. It's actually not in the Constitution. It's in an act. It's in the Criminal Offences Act. And changes to those things can be made through your MPs. Those are very simple changes. You don't have to go to constitutional review. If there are issues, and I think sometimes we forget that the main role of the MP is to make law. So if there are issues in a law that you think need to be changed, you don't have to wait for a constitutional review committee or commission. You can, when your MPs come, you can discuss these matters with them. About the mining issues and the role of mining companies, I think from all the discussions we have held so far, not just here, there is a certain picture emerging. Nobody is happy with the situation where communities are excluded from the decision making around the grant of licenses and mining concessions, as well as the fact that almost all the resources are cracked. Local communities are not given an entitlement in any law to a particular share of the benefits. It's clear that nobody likes that picture, and I think the recommendations around including local communities, both in the grant of concessions and in the allocation of benefits, is one that is emerging to be the consensus appears to be emerging around that. Some of the useful things that we have also picked up are this issue around, relocation of communities. So I think it's important, if local communities are going to make decisions or to be consulted, they should be based on information. We should have assessments done at the local level so that before you say yes to that's coming in, you already know that the mining will have these effects. Then you can make an informed consultation or decision around those. So I think a lot of these things are extremely useful and we'll take them on board. The program doesn't have, I think it's an omission, it doesn't have a break for coffee or tea. I think we should take a very quick break, about 10 minutes for coffee or tea or Milo, and then come back here. The program will break around 2 o'clock after lunch, and then we'll conclude. But let's take just a 10-minute break, please. If you want to grab coffee or tea, do so, use the restroom.
Collect information and collate information for the review of our constitution. It is not an arena for us to attack one another. The gentleman who spoke about the chiefs and that we make escheatments And what do we do? I think it is unfortunate that he's making that statement. Because as chiefs, we don't kill one another to enskin chiefs. Maybe you don't know in 10 years how many chiefs Bonava has enskinned. But that shouldn't be a case. Then secondly, he's always emphasizing that the Tindanes are custodians of our land in upper region. In every traditional area, we have our custom. It varies. Tindanes are not custodians of the land in all the traditional areas you have in the Upper East region. We are not here to quarrel. So please, let us be careful with how we draw conclusions on issues. Thank you very much.
I'm with NOPRA. And we are working in NOPRA, we are working with women groups everywhere in the region, all over in the region. Some women talk about the percentage given to the women. I want us to be clear, or the Constituency Committee to be clear. If it is 30% or 40% slot given to the women at the various assemblies or parliament, it should be clear statement. And then this slot or the percentage should be given to the women, not only on paper. Not only on paper. Again, not only on paper. It should be clear given to the women. It should go straight to the women. But if they say, oh, the women are giving 30% slot or 40% slot, and then after everything it is on paper, but it won't go to the women, I don't think that one, it will favor the women. It won't favor the women. Then number two is the drugs and narcotics. I want the committee to review it. In fact, the women are suffering with their children. The women are suffering with their children. You see the child, they will take these drugs, come and misbehave in the house. We the men, we don't have any problem, but the women, they will come and disturb them. If the woman want to talk, they will say that I'll kill you, forgetting that they are their mothers. So I want to plead that if the constituency agrees, or the review committee people should put it there, so that anyone that is found selling the drugs should be arrested and prosecuted. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Listen, my name is Pascal Kasati. I'm part of the Tindames. Please, my own is an advice. I don't know whether I'm qualified to do that. I'm looking at how the hall is. I'm thinking that those who are in a form of a group or an association who have submitted already their copies should just, when they get up, they should just paraphrase it. And that will be your example is if you are part of the chiefdom, that is, you have submitted through the House of Chiefs, maybe the regional or the national, it means that your document is submitted. And I think that when you get up, maybe you paraphrase something small so that there won't be a rebuttal and other things. I'm looking at it from the fact that if you are here and you watch your chief's face and you have something to say and your chief is in there and in there, it looks like if you are not a die-hard person, you won't be able to say it. But this is the right time for you to say it. And if you don't say it, you can't get any other time to say it again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, let me say that all opinions here are very relevant for the purpose for which we are here. And let's allow people to ventilate what they have. Our chiefs equally have their opinions. Let's allow them. Please, as for the rebuttal and other things, naturally they will come. But I think that let us be decorous and respect every person who has an opinion to present. At the end of the day, it is the committee that will tease out what is really relevant and what can be acted upon. Thank you very much for your understanding. Please, I would allow Mr. Foko, he is the past president of the Ghana Bar Association, Upper East Region, to make his comment.
Thank you, Amos, and Mr. Chairman and members of the Review Committee. I wish to thank you for this opportunity. I know a lot has been said already, particularly in the areas where I want to make comments. Everybody is concerned about the power that the president wields, or the executive wield. And we are saying that as much as possible, we should bring up some kind of countervailing institutions that can whittle down the powers of the executive, particularly the president. But I think that of importance in this regard is representation in Parliament, and then also the provision that the president can appoint, I think, majority of his ministers from Parliament. I want to say that it's not even about appointing majority of his ministers. He should not be able to appoint anybody from parliament to remain as a parliamentarian and at the same time as a member of the executive. Because you see, I mean, so long as he is a member of the executive and a parliamentarian at the same time, he cannot be effective as a parliamentarian. He cannot do his work, you know, as a parliamentarian as he ought to. I know that, at least from my experience, incidentally, I was part of the 1978 Constitutional Drafting Committee. And I know from that, that experience that, you know, if you wanted to, you were in parliament and you wanted to be made a minister, then you resign. You resign and your seat is declared vacant and then some other people go and contest for it. You know, but you cannot eat your cake and have it. You want to be in parliament and then you want to, you know, you want to wear two hats. So I think the first thing to do is that the president should just not be able to appoint anybody from parliament and at all, whether, you know, wanted or whatever, you know. So that's the first thing. And as I said, I know this point has been perhaps overflogged, but nonetheless, I feel it's important for me to make it. Now, my other point is that I think Ghanaians, or for that matter, Africans, we're too jealous about our sovereignty. You know, Ghana is a sovereign power and this, that, you want, you know, anybody who tries to disturb you small, then you're talking about sovereignty. But I think that is keeping us backwards. If you look at, you know, Africa, because we are not, we shouldn't be so much concerned about Ghana. Ghana, we have had our days. We've had our days, right from the Gold Coast up to the point through Kwame Nkrumah and all that. You know, and what do we have to show for it? It is because, you know, we have nothing to show for it because of the political arrangement that we've had in the past. That political arrangement does not augur well for Ghana or for Nigeria or for South Africa or for any of these African countries to stand alone. There's no way you can stand alone as, you know, an African country with your so-called, excuse me to use the word so-called sovereignty and expect that you can go far. So I would want to say that this constitution should, you know, play down on this sovereignty matter and concentrate on building institutions that are Africa-based, that are looking into Africa in the next 50 or 60 years. Because look at what is happening on the world scene. Look at what is happening Israel and what do you call it, Iran. You know, do you think that if Israel were to concentrate on even one African country, you can withstand them? You see, so let us see how best, you know, we can build Africa. We can build Africa into one country. And the only way you can do it is to have those institutions that you can work through, you know, for the next 50 years or more to be able to finally say, yes, we have arrived as an African country. So those institutions that are necessary, like we've already started with is it Africa Continental Trade Agreement. Those kind of institutions, they should be oriented. You should look forward towards Africa. You know, I mean, look at all these arrangements you're having with America. They have their bases, military bases and whatnot here. I mean, also for agreements, but they are not in our interests. Their interests are just coming for our gold and our diamonds. Look at us sitting here talking about Tongo and even the chief in Tongo. How much does he make? You know, he's even on the ground. How much does he make? How much more this country? So unless we have those kind of institutions that are, you know, strong enough to be able to, you know, if like push us forward into the world, we will remain where we are. Now, having said so, you know, it is human beings. It is human beings that have to it is human beings that have to operate these institutions. Now, if you have human beings, especially the youth, they are corrupt, they are indisciplined, you know, they don't, you know, because they are so hard pressed that, you know, I mean, like somebody was talking about the mother not being able to control the son. It is because the son is fed up. with life. He couldn't be bothered. So please, let us reorient the children. Let us change their mindset. Their thinking should be such that, we are building them on a disciplined society for the future. So there's a lot to be said, but I think that I've said enough to make my point, and I would like to end here and hope that the review committee would know how to go about these views. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, I'll come to you. I just want to make an input. He spoke about MPs not being made ministers. So I want to add that we should reduce the number of MPs. 16 regions. It is even possible to have 16 MPs. Then we engage research officers to do the work. I mean, if you are supposed to make laws, we don't need 275 to make law. And after every 4 years, repetitive ex gratia, every 4 years, ex gratia, they are depleting our resources. I mean, we can reduce the number. Every region can even provide 3 MPs. Keep them there, pay them well, let them do the work. Let them enact the laws for us. Resource the assemblies, elect the MMDCs, give them the resources, then they develop our places for us. We don't even need regional ministers and others. If the assemblies are strengthened, you have a strong mayor for Accra. You don't need a regional minister in Accra. And it's working well. Thank you very much.
Let me follow up on the provocative point that you have made. It is not entirely new. We have had suggestions in our various engagements. A lot of people think that we have too many MPs. So you are not alone. Many people are calling for the number of MPs to be capped, to be fixed, as it was under the 1969 Constitution. So the question is, how many? How do you fix it? So this point you are making, even the regional ministers issue has come up. Do we need regional ministers? That issue has also come up. And then the number of districts. Now we have 261 plus MMDCs. That's right. So the number of districts and therefore the number of MMDCs has also come up. Can we elect MMDCs in all of these 260 plus? Some of the districts don't even have markets. They don't have local economies that will generate a tax base or resources to develop. So on what basis are we creating so many districts that cannot stand on their own? So there are different suggestions around how we should do this decentralization. Should we elect only in metropolitan and municipal areas, for example, and hold off on the districts until we can get sizable, districts, maybe merge them back? There are a lot of conversations around the lines you just mentioned. So I just want you to know that you are not saying something totally strange. A number of representation submissions have been made around these same issues. So I think when we think about local government, let's think more broadly about the implications. Right? Should we elect 261 in addition to 275 MPs around Ghana? What are they going to do? Who is going to pay all of these guys? Right? So there's a lot that is not being discussed when you come to the details. Most people think it's just electing MMDCs, party or no party. But in Accra, for example, let's say you elect MMDCs in Accra. Let's start for Accra. Accra alone has about almost 30. If you start from, depending on where you count Accra, now we don't even know where Accra starts. If you start from around Bawe and you go all the way to Adenta, or now it's even going to Dodowa, it's very far. Let's say you start. If you count all that as part of Greater Accra City, there are almost 30 municipal assemblies. If you elect mayors in Accra, you're going to have about 20-something, 30 mayors. Is that governable? Is that efficient? How are they going to run Accra? You drive a little bit, and then another district has come. So you have to stop for somebody's new jurisdiction has taken over. You can't even make road across many of these places. So it has a lot of implications, and a lot of implications for resources. So I think it's a good question. It might sound provocative, but these are the details that we are confronted with when we are making these things. The principle is easy to accept, elect MMDCs, but when you come to operationalize it on the ground, it's very complicated. So we need, which is why I will echo the point about, sending written representation. When you start to write your thinking on paper, you can get more clarity. So those of you who are working in these areas, please try and reduce your thoughts to writing, because the moment you start to do it, some of these new issues will pop up in your head, and you can assist us better, because it's not just the principle that is there. It's really how to operationalize these things so that we don't make an existing situation worse. We don't want to come out with recommendations that will make the present situation worse. But if you don't think through it well, you might create more problems than we are solving. So I just wanted to echo your point. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I thank you for this. Can you give me just a minute? Just on the point of continuing to provoke, what is the appetite for us to merge some districts? If we're looking at efficiency, if we're looking at effectiveness, if we're looking at value for money, and as the chairman has mentioned, is it possible for us to commit to electing almost 260-something MMDCs? Or should we say that before we make it optional, if you want to elect your own MMDC, then you should meet a certain set of criteria that you are willing to pay, that assembly has resources to pay the salary of the MMDC and maybe the running cost as a minimum qualifying criterion, something like that. Likewise, with the constituencies, what is the appetite? Maybe from time to time, merge and redemarcate. Because if every time we have a census, the number increases, and from the number would increase, it means that we just keep on creating new constituencies. And it's unsustainable. So should we say that maybe after a census, we look at those areas that have lost population and merge them with another, and then create new constituencies in the areas where the numbers have increased? Or we want, for the sake of equity, to say don't merge them. But if you don't merge them, if we don't cap, then we might put maybe 500, 600 constituencies 2030, if or 20. So perhaps as you write your submissions, something to keep in mind regarding Thank you.
I thank you for this.
Let me add to the complexity of the issue. I think we are all aware that a lot of time the demand for new regions, the demand for new districts, the demand for new constituencies comes from our venerable chiefs, traditional authorities. A lot of time they lead some of these demands, and governments in most cases have acquiesced and created this. So we want from our elders, what will be the question that has been posed? What will be your reaction to the mergers and all of these things to create more efficiency and so on and so forth? For instance, if we are to merge, what happens to two different chieftains or three different paramountcies and their interests and their expectations? All of these are questions that we need collectively to discuss. Otherwise, then, as the chairman said, it could create more difficulties than we have now. So again, I think we should reflect on all of these areas when we are talking about electing or not electing representatives in the district, local governments.
Okay, thank you. Just a moment, okay. Thank you very much. I just want to add to the complication for you so that you have enough to think about at a go. We've been saddled with a situation where we are thinking of who qualifies to be the mayor, for example. Should he be an indigene of the area? I want you to think about this as well.
Maybe I should add to the complexity. So currently, when we elect, we know that women, and I'm going back to a point made by one of the women contributors earlier about representation. Ghana has one of the lowest representation of women in our parliament, not just all over the world, but in Africa even. And women may constitute roughly half the population, but whenever we go to elect, we elect very few women. Once we start electing MMDCs, the question has also been raised, how many women are we going to have as MMDC or as mayors? Appointment is easier, but even in appointment, how many do we get? So some of the women have raised concerns, even though they like election, they want us to elect. But they say, well, when we elect, we may never elect a woman mayor. So how do you solve that problem? So if you find some women preferring appointments, it's because at least with appointment, they just have to go and lobby the president or the local party, and they might get a nominee appointed. So all of these changes, even though they look like progressive changes and they are positive, they have side effects, and we have to weigh them. One of the proposals, for example, is maybe we elect a mayor and deputy mayor, one of whom must be of a different sex, so that you are sure that you will get a woman, if not as mayor, as deputy mayor. The indigene question, very critical. Once you are appointing, you can do the politics quietly and figure out how you do the calculation. But once you elect, if you are in a community that is split along ethnic lines and other conflict issues, how is election, especially whether or not you do it party or no party, how is it going to work? How are we also going to deal with a situation where you say, okay, let's elect, and you have 20 people offering themselves for the election in a community? How do you bring the number down? Because if 20 candidates are standing for election, you may well end up with somebody who wins with only about 10% of the vote. You can get even more than 20. So, you know, it is not a very straightforward issue, right? In 2019, there was an attempt to amend the constitution for us to elect. Most of us were in favor of it. But sitting back to reflect, if that amendment had succeeded, we would now have to deal with all these other questions we didn't think about. So it may well be that it's good that it failed, so that we can have some time to reflect on it. So please, we're just bringing these issues out so that you understand that the change itself, the progressive change itself, there's appetite for it. The question is how? How do you do it so that you don't create more problems than you already have? Because we want social cohesion as a prerequisite for good governance and development. We cannot be divided even more. We want social cohesion, we want good governance, we want all these things. And those are the things that we must aim to do as we are doing this. So please help us with some ideas around how we are looking at other country experiences, for example. Somebody said, what if you elect an MPP mayor and the government in Accra is NDC? Sierra Leone already does that. Many other countries in Africa do that. I know the mayor of Sierra Leone, Yvonne Sawyer, is from one political party, different from the government party. It's been working okay. It's not without challenge, but it works. You know, it's not impossible. So sometimes we are too, I think like my senior brother said, we shouldn't be looking just at Ghana. There are other things happening elsewhere. Some of the questions we are answering, other countries have the same questions and they have answered it. So we can look at their experience. Our chieftaincy is unique. In fact, in the region, we have one of the most preserved chieftaincy institutions, so they present unique challenges for us. It is true. But even the British, when they came and found chieftaincy, they managed to use it to rule over us, to govern us very effectively. Some of their legacies are the ones we have today. The National House of Chiefs is not new. It started as the Joint Provisional Council from the British. The Regional House of Chiefs were the British who first started it as provisional councils. So these are some of the things that we have carried from the colonial period. But I think it's about time we really figured out a way to use these resources for our own development. You know, it's not just natural resources, it's chieftaincy, it's a resource. Chieftaincy is a very important resource because finding legitimacy is not easy. To create a legitimate institution is very difficult in politics. If you have a homegrown institution that has cultural and social legitimacy and is just lying there waste, and you are inventing new ones that are not as effective, then we are not doing very well with what we have. So one of the issues we need to answer is how do we mainstream chieftaincy into our local development so that it is effective and assists us as a country? So some of the ideas that have come here, trust me, are very important. Some of the things we are listening to, some of the things, both from chiefs as well as from the audience, are very important things. So I really just like to emphasize the point my colleagues have made. Our tax is more complicated than you might think. The principle is not what we are worried about, it is the mechanics. How do you actually do this on the ground? And so please send us more submissions. It's a complicated task. Thank you.
Thank you for the privilege given to me to speak. This one, I'm just going to appeal to the government. People living with mental health conditions, at times, the ladies are forcibly married to the herbalist doctors, and let me put petty praise. So I'm appealing to the government that if they could have set a committee in the various districts or communities, so that those who are involved into those acts, they must be what? Victimized. And then another one is also that the psychiatric nurses, if government will assist them with the possible means to be getting to the doorstep of people living with mental health conditions, it will be nice to the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, forced marriage is a crime, and we have shrines in almost all the districts. Do report such cases to them so that they investigate.
Thank you for that point, because one of the issues we are encountering is you have an engagement, and some of the issues people are mentioning, we already have institutions to deal with them. Unfortunately, maybe those institutions are not working as effectively, either because we are not using them, or we are not resourcing them properly, or they are not doing their work. So a number of the issues, for example, about mental health, it's good. Some constitutions that came after ours, like the Kenyan Constitution, has in their human rights provisions about mental health and how we treat people with mental health. So it's a very good point. But even without the Constitution saying that, your MP, when the MPs come, they are not just, we shouldn't just plead with them for money for funeral or any of these things. They are the lawmakers. And now Parliament has decided that you don't have to wait for government to initiate a bill. Private members' bills mean that communities and individuals can come together and put pressure on their MP to sponsor a bill. If mental health is being neglected, as it is in Ghana, we should not wait for constitutional review. Some MP should champion that issue in Parliament and bring a bill to help us address the mental health issue. It is not a good reflection on us as a country that you go into a public place And people amongst us, brothers and sisters, are walking naked. And we don't mind. Some places you will never see that. It is not a good reflection on us that they are working in the marketplace, we are buying, we are taking money from them, we are doing business with them. Well, we know that they have mental health issues, and nobody cares. MPs can address this problem. They are not just there to do common fund, District Assembly share of common fund. They are there to solve public problems. So whether or not if this thing finds its place in the Constitution, MPs are there, SRAC is there, district assemblies are there to help us solve these problems. People with mental health issues should not be treated the way they are being treated in the country and be neglected. But it shouldn't take a once-in-a-lifetime constitution review process to bring that issue to the attention of any policymaker. So please, I just want to echo your point that there are institutions, we must use them. We are letting our public officers sometimes get off too easily without doing anything.
Hello? Hello? Please, the mic is with someone. Please, kindly take your seat. Kindly take your seat. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you. All protocol observed. My names are Niegia Santua, and I teach students a lesson here at the Miller Institute in Bolgatanga. And I am a proud student of Professor Karikari, the man with the grayest beard on the panel. And on some days, a good friend to Tanko, who is also on the panel. Why is it that when the sun's rays fall on clay, it hardens, but when they fall on shea butter, it melts? Exactly. So the Constitution Review Committee is here and asking, what is wrong with the sun's rays? And I'm here to ask, what are the characteristics of clay and shea butter, as the professor has just said? So from the word go, the problem is not about the sun's rays, it is about the substance on which they fall. But that's my point number 3. So I'm now going to start from the beginning. Number 1, Ghana does not need a constitution. How were our societies governed before the colonialists set in? Can you mention one of the constitutions that they were using? And the chiefs are all here. Weren't they administering the societies impeccably? Okay, so that one is out of the way.
They didn't have written constitutions, but they had constitutions.
I'm coming. Even if we need a constitution, we don't need a written constitution. We don't. Even if we're to need a constitution, we don't need a written constitution. There are jurisdictions that don't have written constitutions, and they are operating very well. Anyway, because what we have right now as a constitution is a colonized document. And I'll give examples, not just one, as I go on. But of course, we know that when you find yourself in the pond infested with crocodiles, you don't start asking who pushed you. Your priority is to swim to safety as fast as you can. So, okay, we have a constitution. Now let's see how we make it work. We shouldn't be asking about whether we need one or a written one or not. Now we have it, so let's see how we make it work. One of the reasons why we have problems with our current constitution is that it gives too much power to the president in terms of executive decisions. And I'm saying, if this constitution is for us, it is held in our interest, and its provisions are for our welfare, the powers that the constitution gives the president are not even wide-ranging enough. And I'll give you an example. I don't know about the terms of reference of the Constitution Review Committee, but I know they are reviewing other constitutions. Do you know about the Chinese constitution? The Chinese constitution vests almost all the executive decision makings in the general secretary of the Communist Party of China, not even the president. To the extent that if the general secretary were to give an order to the CEO of Akayet Hotel to evacuate the hotel before 6 p.m. tonight, he will do it by 6 p.m. Not because he thinks he's right or he thinks it is fair. It's because the CEO of Akayet Hotel knows that the general secretary of the Communist Party will not ask him to evacuate the hotel if it were not in the interest of the state. So it is not about what decisions or what powers you have. It's about to what effect are you making those decisions. So that's the issues that we should be asking ourselves. And I have a few reservations about the way the review committee is going about its work. We are talking about a decentralized system. By the way, I am a former elected unit committee member. Elected, not appointed, elected. I contested elections to win a seat at a unit committee. Because I thought that in a decentralized system of government, you start from the lowest level and build up. And so these discussions should have been at the unit committee level. Then they go to the area council, to the district assembly. Then they aggregate at the regional level before they get to the national level. So what happened to the constitutional provision that we should run a decentralized system of government? All the provisions are there. We don't need to change anything. What we need to change is the mindset. We have people who are prepared to implement the constitution. It is. So if you ask me, do we need to review the constitutions? No, we don't. We can change it anywhere we want. If we put somebody there and the person wants to be despotic, he will be. You can't stop the person. So we should focus on building mindsets. Mindsets that will run with any constitution, whether it has flaws or not. So what we lack is ethical leadership, moral leadership. And that's why I feel so proud when I see the traditional authorities here. And let me give you one illustrative example. Good, thank you. 1 minute, that's a lot of time. In our local communities, we have the Tindana, the earth priest, the land custodian, the undertaker general. I'm not going to give you a hypothetical example. In my community, the earth priest, the land custodian, the leader's head, and the undertaker general is one person. Can you imagine if a constitution gave all those powers to somebody in Ghana? But he's there and he's executing all the functions of those almost antagonistic functions. And every year, animals come to eat his crops. And I say, why don't you just ban them from catching the animals? Say, but I am the land custodian. I can't do that. Power doesn't make you powerful. It makes you vulnerable. So the moment you start exercising power and making unnecessary things because you have it, you have missed it. When you have the most power, you are at the most vulnerable level. And that's how power can, be beneficial to the people it ought to serve. So I think that we should elect unit committee members first. Then they elect among themselves somebody to represent them at a district assembly. And then we can start electing people towards the national level. So that's my suggestion. And then we in Northern Ghana should not pursue the idea of queen mothers. We should not. The state has already introduced a new layer of conflict in traditional governance in Northern Ghana. In 10, 20, 30 years' time, the children of queen mothers are going to have to contest your positions as chiefs. Why are we going to wait for that to happen? In some Ghana where the queen mothers are there, they know who becomes the queen mother. In your jurisdictions, who becomes the queen mother? Your wife, your mother, your sister, or your daughter? So you make your wife the queen mother and she divorces you. She's gone home. Are you going to divorce her as a queen mother? So there are deep issues that we need to be looking at. There's nothing wrong with our constitution. The constitution clearly guarantees protection for the environment. Why are the rivers being polluted that we are keeping quiet? Is there no constitutional provision? To conclude, we need ethical leadership, and our education system is so colonized that we need to reform it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think, the points you have made are not necessarily in dissonance with the task or the exercise that we are pursuing. Obviously, we need a change of mindset, we need ethical leadership, and we need a good constitution. All of them.
Please let there be some quiet.
Right? All of them, all of those things come. They are not in tension with each other. I agree with you. We need ethical leadership. Maybe if we had a different mindset as the one that you are proposing, we had ethical leadership, maybe some of the things we are worried about in our constitution may not actually be things we have to worry about. The truth of the matter is that a constitution is made for ordinary mortals, not for angels, not for virtuous people. It's for ordinary human beings. So knowing human beings and human nature, we need to worry about certain things only because we are the fallible human beings that we are. That's why we make constitutions, not because maybe there may be no constitution in heaven, if you believe in one, but for us, those of us on earth, we do need a constitution. Even if it's not written, we may need one. One other reason we need one is that we are a multi-ethnic, multicultural society. Different communities may have their different customary laws. When we come together as a nation state, we should be governed by something that binds all of us, regardless of where we are coming from. But I think you've raised some very critical issues. The last point you raised, for example, about, and I like it because it's reflecting on how sometimes we make progress without anticipating some of the problems that we will create. There's a lot of clamor for inclusion of queen mothers in the Constitution. What are the implications for customary law, for example? Those issues have been raised. In fact, we've had one session where there was a very prominent queen mother who made a case for including in the Constitution a national house of queen mothers or a regional house of queen mothers. But you have raised an interesting question. How does that affect lines of succession? And all those are basic customary law issues that are not necessarily regional or national house of chiefs matters, but it's a very important consideration. I think, it's important. This is the kind of thinking that we will encourage, that when you make a proposal, think through its downstream effects, even intergenerational effects. Would it make something more complicated? How can we deal with that problem? It doesn't mean that we don't make the change, but if you anticipate the change, then you can deal with it when you are making the change at the same time. So thank you very much for a very valuable contribution.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Gafaru. I'm a journalist, so I'm going to talk about freedom of expression and the right to access information. So the RTI law is to enhance or exercise the right to access information. So you have the law, which was passed in 2019, but some provisions do not encourage compliance. So you have the law that says that if an official refuses to comply with the law, and the matter is taken to the RTI Commission and a determination is made, the fine is slapped against the institution. So officials are not encouraged because, after all, the fine is going to be slapped against the institution and they're not going to bear it. But if you have a situation where the fine is slapped against the individual who refuse to comply, then you have them, complying, adhering to the law to provide information. So because of that, a lot of institutions don't comply at all. You also have institutions like the courts, the police. They should be publishing reports. For instance, all determination of the court. If you want a ruling of the court, you probably have to go to the court. That should be public document. It should be on the internet. If I Google it, I should have it. I submitted an RTI request to a court in this town looking for a ruling. I haven't gotten it. The court has refused to comply with the law. That's an institution that should be the custodian of the law, but they refused. I'm going to, seek a review, but I'm just saying that I shouldn't have to apply for a court ruling. That is public document. It should be on the internet. I just go and have it. Then there's also one repressive law that is sitting on our laws, and that is, insulting a chief being criminal. That is undemocratic and shouldn't be allowed in a democratic society. It's more like the criminal libel law. If a chief feels insulted, they can institute civil action against the individual who insulted them, and not the state taking it as a criminal matter. It happened in the northern region where some chiefs clamped down on dissenting views. People were arrested and detained. That is undemocratic and shouldn't be allowed in a democratic society. So that law should be repealed. And I know a lot of us are religious, so we have zero tolerance for this. But I'm going to say it. The law banning abortion does not prevent abortion. What it does is that it pushes our girls to resort to unsafe abortion, right? So we cannot be too caring of a fetus to the detriment of our girls. So what should be done is that take away that law, make it accessible. If a girl says that they're going to have an abortion, let them have a medical counsel. And if after the counsel they decide that they're going to have abortion, they can have safe abortion, right? But if you put that law there, you're not preventing them from committing abortion. They're doing it. But what you're doing is that you're pushing them to resort to unsafe means, and that puts their lives in danger. We cannot care for a fetus to the detriment of our girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Fidelia Ayabila, and I'm representing Camfed. I'd like to raise a concern in relation to the roadmap for political parties in Ghana. I think that there's the need for us to have a shared vision, regardless of the party that is in power, because this is really affecting our economic development as a country, and it's retarding our progress. We've seen times without number, a political party comes into power, starts a project, leaves it, and another party comes, then they abandon the project. They don't feel there's a need to continue it. For instance, those in Upper East here, our Zwarungo Road, this has been a case for long. Anytime a political party comes, they leave it unaided, and it's causing accidents on the roads. So I think that regardless of the political party that comes, there's the need for them to continue old projects or projects that have not been completed. And come to think about it, I think there are measures they are putting in place, but it's not that strict. I think parties that come, they should be held accountable. They should make sure that they complete or try to even finish it before they move to the next project. It's affecting us, the youth. When it comes to employment, they say that the next party has to come before they'll determine how the political line will go, before they'll employ youth. Should that be the case? Should it be the case of if MPP is in power before we'll get employment, or before they'll employ? Like, it's so disheartening. And I think that they should put in measures that can hold them accountable. They should solve the problems before they proceed. They shouldn't just touch on issues and leave them uncompleted. It's really affecting the progress of the country. Thank you.
Hello.
Just a minute. A lot of us have raised the issue about the powers of the president to appoint. And it's not just here. Almost all our consultations, people have raised it. But I think an interesting point that was made by one of our eminent statesmen when we consulted with him was that if I, as the presidential candidate of a party, I put out a manifesto that this is what I will do, these are the things that I will do, and I win the election, why should I be restricted as to who I would want to work with? That he may want to have those like-minded people, to work with him to execute this thing. So sometimes when we talk about the powers of the president to appoint and etc., maybe it should be contextualized. So the question I'm throwing out is, where do we draw the line? Are there some positions that we think should be taken out of what the president or those that the president should appoint, or we just want to limit it in general? That's food for thought. A second question is around the financing of political parties. That because of the cost of our elections, people have to raise money through all kinds of means. The political parties go in for monies from all kinds of sources, and when they win power, it becomes payback time. Do you subscribe to some of the suggestions that perhaps to curb this, the states should step in, fund political parties so as to reduce the cost of campaigning? Again, food for thought, and maybe as part of your submissions, you could reflect on that. Thank you.
Hello. I think, Professor Kakari, we have, because we have a limited amount of time left, and we'll give you the chance, maybe let's take the questions from the committee so that in the next round of submissions, some of you can at least answer these concerns that have been raised here, because these are things on our mind that we want some answers from you on those.
Thank you, Chairman. The lady who just spoke about continuity of projects started by government after government. Actually, Article 35(7) in the Constitution mandates, it says, as far as practicable, that can be interpreted in many ways, but practicable may mean that if there is money voted for the project and so on. As far as practicable, a government shall continue and execute projects and programs commenced by the previous governments. You see, so it is there in black and white, and in gray also. The point is, how do we activate this? The chairman made some remarks about how we should get our MPs to be minded of certain things that need implementation before constitutional review. I think one of the issues here that confront us in the lack of implementation of so many of these things, including enforcement of legislation, is that we as a people, that is, generally speaking, are not very well organized. This morning, the representative of the Peasant Farmers Association said so many things. But how well is the peasant farmers organized to actually defend the interest of peasant farmers in this country? Besides the political parties, we as a people ought to be organized wherever we are. Somebody spoke about being elected area unit committee. How well organized is that unit organized for sanitation in their community, for utilities in their community? In other words, what we are saying is not only a question of the the goodwill of leaders, It is us. A democracy runs or halts if the people themselves are not involved. Well, the whole idea of participation, what is participation? Just voting and sitting down and waiting to receive largesse from the no, it's not possible. So I think we should use this occasion to also think about organizing ourselves. And this is where also our traditional leaders come in. How do we get our people organized around us, around our authorities, to pursue their interests? Beyond this, I want to raise one issue for our consideration, which is that it's not coming out much in the engagements we are doing, and which I think should concern our traditional authorities. That is the Constitution and issues of culture. Culture, not dancing and drumming, even though that's also important. But issues of culture. And this is in the laps of our traditional authorities. Let me mention one cultural issue: language and education. I have been in the media for as long as I have been an adult. The use of the languages of the Upper East and Upper West were introduced in broadcasting only in 1985, when the Eura radio was established here. Then Bwili, Kusau, Gruni, and all of that. Then it also means that these languages, as literary instruments, have been late in developing. I am tree speaking, but as a Ghanaian, as an African, I would love that all my cultural material are developed without one being superior to the other. What do we do? Because language dies. Language can die. I have also been a teacher, and I have noticed that a lot of the time, a student, even a student who does A, could do A+ if he was studying in his own language, and so on and so on and so forth. But for communities that have been, somebody again this morning reminded of us of the marginalization of development of the North. It includes these cultural things. It includes these language things. What do we do? What can the Constitution do to influence the development of the cultural side of our lives? Because if we lose that, we are not going to be able to develop. What are we developing? The cultural things have to do with so many aspects of our lives, including agriculture, including so many things that we do. We have something we call, indigenous knowledge, the wisdoms and so on of our people. Now we have radio stations all over. How can we use broadcasting, for instance, to promote our cultures and all of that? So I'm just also adding this to the pile of things that we must all reflect on in order to get this Constitution to promote development. Because what is democracy if the laws that guide us, the citizens don't even understand the laws because they are in some foreign language? So I am adding this to the list of things that I think we must also think through.
Thank you so much, Chair. Now, when we're preparing to come here, there were a few of the NGOs and CSOs that submitted written memos. You know, like Chairman previously indicated, under normal circumstances, once you submit a written memo, then you'd have an in-person presentation. Then we can have a discussion on it. So I'm calling on Tere. If a representative of Tere is here, because you submitted a written memorandum to the Secretariat and you raised very vital issues, I think this is an opportunity for Tere. I know that's represented by Professor Avia, former regional minister for Upper East Region. If you are here or if there's a representative for Tere, please come forward on the basis of the written submission that you made to the submission, because I received your submission even before we made the announcement, to be helpful to the process that we have here. Because you call for an in-person presentation in Accra. That opportunity may not
be possible now because of the tight schedule that we have. So why don't we utilize this opportunity to make sure that is done as well? We also have Bonoboto. Every group that is represented here, there's a mother organization, that is Bonoboto, that's representing every part of the Upper East region. We also send them, they also submitted a memo because when they speak to the various amphiphilous groups that we have within the Upper East region. And just to tie into what Prof is saying, the Constitution is a document, it's a national document, but at the end of the day, you are looking at what will preserve your culture, your history, and how you can develop that, and to participate in the national development process, make sure that the resources at your disposal are used in a way that can also advance your culture and advance your development. Language is one of them. We found natural resources. The peasant farmers, are you having conversations with the chiefs? For instance, how about access to land? As between a chief and a Tindana, what is that conflict brewing in terms of having access to go into production, whether it is granite, whether it is maize, millet, or whatever it is? These are the basic things. You think that they're simple things, but at the end of the day, the Constitution is a development document, and we want the document to speak to what matters to us. And so I'm inviting you to address your minds to some of these things. Thank you so much. I'm saying this because I'm from Zoko, Mazila Zoko Kalau. Monday ya bia, there's Zoko, then Monday secretary bon committee la. So yellow lamp pack, say na lamp pack mama, ya yako. So Yamahanka Tarwana, Balas Matarwan yire, Tire to the poha, to the toy torna, Tia Hansi le color, Banet charity begins at home, Dabala. Tawadi Yala Latina King Accra, Upper West Latam Admas, the Poha Zozoya. So Tiri Malahambona Kaba Moana. Thank you.
My name is. Okay. My name is Happy Akabanda, representing.
Okay, so just hold on for a moment. Okay. Okay. So I have two more issues I want you to be thinking about. If you are able to give us your thoughts here, we'll be very glad to have them. If not, we will also appreciate if you are able to write to us by way of submission. I have two issues. One has to do with how do we deal with the issue of corruption in this country. And I'm sure you know that it's our bane. If we deal with the issues of corruption, most of the issues and challenges we have will be resolved. We have rules in the books, we have institutions, but it appears to be getting worse. And I want to find out from you, from the traditional setup, or whatever you think, how do you think we can deal with the issue of corruption? That is one. The second has to do with where there is a find of natural resources in a community or in a region. We are thinking, should we give the local community a portion of the revenue? For example, if gold is found here in Bolgatanga, should we give a portion? Because currently, no part goes to the local community. It goes to the central government. But we are thinking, shouldn't we be giving part of that revenue from the natural resource to the community? And if so, what percentage would you think? If so, who should be the custodian of that revenue? Should it be the chiefs? Should it be the traditional authorities generally? Or the district assemblies? Or a combination? Or should we have a trustee made up of selected groups? We just want you to think about this and many other issues related to this. I thank you.
So, I'm representing Terry. And then what we proposed was there should be democracy at our workplaces. We can conclude that we spend like 5 hours or 6 hours at our workplaces. And then mostly we have only 3 or 2 leaders at our workplaces that make decisions for even the employees. And that is not helping. Most of the times, businesses like this, for say, the workers like bring out their energy, they bring out the profit. There are those who like help to make goods and services go on well. But it's only few people that bring up decisions. They don't include like workers or employees. And I feel this should be included in the constitution, like if it can help.
Bonabutu. Please, they have made a special request for NGOs that have submitted, please. So allow Bonabutu to speak. I'll come back there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iya Gorgobal, for Regional Chairman for Bonabutu. A lot has come up. We'll make an official submission to the committee through your email. But these are just a few things that I want to highlight. The National Development Plan should be incorporated in our constitution. That will guide every government as to where to start or continue as far as developmental projects are concerned. It will restrict partisan politics where promises are made, you know, as and when maybe a party desires. Under such circumstances, any citizen can get up and call such promise unconstitutional and challenge it. So we pray that the National Development Plan, which is a great idea, does not just hang out there and left to be implemented or otherwise. It should find space in the Constitution. A lot of concern about these mining, laws is disheartening, and I think we should not leave it as allies. In fact, wherever mining goes on, a lot of degradation takes place. The people suffer the consequences. I don't think it would be too much for us to have it in the Constitution, requiring a local developmental plan accepted by the mining community and government, a tripartite agreement between government, the community, and the mining company. It wouldn't be bad to say every so and so years, so kilometers of roads, asphalted roads should be, put up in the community. So and so schools and all the necessary things. I think if the development plan, the local development plan is well executed, at the end of the day, all the concerns of the community, as far as development is concerned, would be incorporated in such a plan. And at the end of the mining project, the community would be viable and in a position to economically progress. So we should look at that and get it into our constitution. I think one other issue, in fact, one of you made a very relevant point that had to do with the need to pass some of these concerns through our MPs. But as it is now, it is discretionary for our MPs to engage us. Our MPs may come home. By the time you hear you saw him or her, they've disappeared. For the whole period of their tenure, you may not have an opportunity to say good morning or good afternoon. I think it is time the Constitution holds them to their responsibilities. Let us spell it in the Constitution that at least once or twice or 3 times, which is not, they must engage their constituents. So as I said, we'll pass a lot more through email, but for the sake of time, we'll leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, we are encouraged to, in our discussion, address some of the questions they have raised.
One of the issues, Mr. Moderator, just a quick comment. As I've listened to the comments around mining, I think we have almost all of us have assumed that the miner will be a foreign company, right? We own the resource, but when we, there's an assumption that the resource that is located in our community will be mined by some outsider who is like a messiah coming to do something for us. Among the very first engagement we had was on land and natural resources, sometime in early March. And there was this idea, almost a consensus, that even though we are a mineral-rich country, we haven't really benefited as much from the resource. And that maybe the mindset that we are bringing to the table of assuming that, well, we will go and bring a foreign company to come and mine and they will give us some royalties and they will pay some taxes, that all of that model. So again, as we are thinking around this issue of mining and how local communities might benefit from the resource that is located in their community, think beyond giving the mining concession to some foreign, international, multinational company. What are some of the ways in which we can maximize the value of the resource that we have without even bringing in foreign companies? There may be just one way of extracting the resource, but that's not the only option. Are there any other ways that you might think about where we as a country, as a local community, as a region, might benefit maximally from the resource that God has, given us on our own land, without having always to think about we are going to bring some American or Australian or Canadian company to come and mine it and build roads for us. They are not our government, right? Yes, we can put certain tasks in a contract, in a social responsibility contract or something with the mining company, but that model itself, we must challenge that model itself. Is that the best way to make sure that our resources serve our interests? Are there different models that we can think about? And if we can't put it in the Constitution, we can still put it in a mining law and say that, Minerals Commission, make sure that you prioritize maybe local ownership, or create models that will allow Ghanaians and others to be able to get into the mining industry, a different value chain, all of those. So there are a lot of issues around this, and I think we should not always assume that this relationship of Ghana versus going to bring in a foreign company and give them the mine, and the people are waiting for a foreign company to do them some good. That model may not be what advances our development. So we should be willing to think beyond the current models and think of other ways in which we can use these resources. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. No, wait, just a minute. There's Mark. Mark, if you are here, you represent the persons with disability, and you have something to speak on behalf. Okay, we'll come to that, but we want Mark to... Mark, PWD. Yes, Center. Yes, I think so.
Thank you very much. Persons with disabilities, as you all know, since time immemorial, have classified as second citizens of the country. Hence, whatever policy that is being implemented, people with disabilities are not part. For instance, as we are talking about the 1992 Constitution, there are provisions that are good to all of us. Then you then ask whether those things have been implemented. That is why the Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations have a slogan that says, something for us without us, without us. You only mention our name. that you are doing this for persons with disabilities, but concretely, we are not part. In terms of emergencies, you can ask the NADMO, the fire service, the police service, the military forces, or whatever you can call them. Whenever they go, do they have time to find out whether persons with disabilities are part or not? Who are the vulnerable people that's supposed to be assisted than persons with disabilities in those emergency situations or disaster situations? We have it in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Article 11. But the 1992 Constitution is silent about that. Can we add it in our Constitution that in terms of disasters and emergency situations, persons with disabilities should be considered? If in terms of relief items distribution, we are always out. Who's supposed to be giving that support rather than persons with disabilities? The second issue has to do with inclusivity. We are told that all of us are citizens in the country with equal rights and equal opportunities. Then ask yourself, currently, as we are, how many persons with disabilities have been appointed, even the assembly level, that we have to struggle to negotiate and lobby and advocate for persons with disability inclusivity, yet some of the districts didn't even look or didn't even hear of us. That persons with disabilities due to be part of the assembly processes or governance processes. Why should that be the process? The third issue has to do with unemployment. You as an able person, you can go and carry concrete. You can go as a Kayo boy or girl. What about a person with disability? What will he do in order to earn a living? Let's make it a deliberate policy in the Constitution that 10% of public sector employment should be given to persons with disabilities. I think it would help reduce the menace of beggars, because there are a lot of able persons who are begging, pretending to be persons with disabilities, because that is what has been professionally prescribed to us, and we say no to it. We are not beggars. The other issue has to do with issues to do with the district assembly, district level elections. It's already partisan. Why can't we just legalize it? We pretend that it's not partisan. Theoretically, it is not, but practically it is. We don't only use the partisan or the political parties' symbols in campaigning, but everything is partisan. Let's make it partisan so that we see what happens next. The other issue that you want to raise is including persons with disabilities in state institutions. For instance, like the chief was mentioned, the Environmental Protection Commission. If you have person with disability in part of that particular commission or the board, I'm sure that person will be a useful person in that particular commission. Because the environmental effects that we are talking of, persons with disabilities are suffering more than what you are thinking of. If the water bodies are polluted, who dare me to say I will not drink it? Where will I go and search for that water, that clean water? The one that will assist me to get the water, will he or she be able to go for far distance and fetch for himself or herself and come back to go that same tangent to fetch water for me? The person will only look for safe water for himself or herself. But whatever is polluted is for me. If I want it, take. If I don't want it, leave. So we need to be part of that particular institution so that we can advise appropriately. Then, the Council of States. Are we saying that persons with disabilities do not have concerns or issues to be considered whereby persons with disabilities are not part of the Council of State to advise the government as to what to do and what not to do? We should be included in the appointment processes. I know that some of you will say we can contest. Yes, but all of us have assumed or agreed that elections in Ghana are very expensive. Where will we get the resources to contest? So it should be in the Constitution that persons with disabilities, maybe 1% or 2% of the Council of State members should be appointed by the President. Then the last one is a general concern to all of us. Confirmation of DCs that we are talking of, even the presiding members. The percentage is worrisome. Why do we say 2/3? Why not simple majority? That we waste time and resources convening meeting upon meeting to confirm or to vote for a presiding member. We don't have presiding members, so no meeting, no progress, no development. Why? Let's make a simple majority. Thank you very much.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chairman and the team. My name is Roxin Bukari from Talisi. I am with the Tandana Group. I'm so happy that we have presented our document to you people, and it is long time. We hope that you consider and recognize Tandamas, especially in the part of the country, because the Tandama play a very critical role in all the various communities. We are the spiritual fathers. We are those who find out and solve problems, whether they are epidemic, they are our safety. We make sure that when something is coming, we make sure that we find solution to them. We pray for safety, bumper harvest. There's a lot of important things that the Tandana is playing. We might be recognized at this time. Another one I want to say is that it's about the mine. I'm from Talisi. In fact, it's so bad. What I'm seeing that law, that any mineral found in any part of Ghana is for the state. I think there's a problem. Because of this, when people come from outside, they come and sign the agreement with the top people. Then when they come to the local, we don't have any power again. I think that it should be looked at. They should involve the local people where the mineral is found. There's a lot of problems. Now we don't have any power because it is business at the national level. So when they come here, we don't know what to do. In fact, at Talisi, Shanji or early mining, I work at the assembly and we supervise them. We went there to supervise. The document they give to the assembly was wrong. Now when we got there, in fact, they built dormitory for our people. Very sad. And we told them that what you have done, only one exit point. So when there's a problem now, all our people will die. In fact, it's so sad. Then when you look at their own building, air conditions, I think that the government should be to follow up with all these things. What are the problem? They just come and sign agreement, do different to us, treat us anyhow. So I think that is the money issue. We have to look at it. You follow up. What kind of design are they doing for us? They don't just come and do anything and go. Even the information I have is that they don't treat the bill. They want our people to pay 100 Ghana cedis for a month. There's no light. There's no safety. In fact, if I were the DC, I think I would have stopped it. I was very, very annoyed, but I don't have the power. Because what is that? So please, this mining thing, like one of your speakers said, there should be a national something that wherever a money is found, there should be percentage for the development. Because what is happening at some time, even the royalty, when the big men take it, we don't know what they are doing. Imagine Talisi, still over 20 years, we don't have any single thing in Talisi. No building, nothing, no hospital. What is that? The social corporate responsibility man, where is it going? Please, it is very serious. Talisi is very serious. Make sure that you do the right thing so that we can benefit. Thank you very much.
Let me just make one quick. So one of the
good afternoon.
This issue about every mineral found in Ghana, in any part of Ghana, belongs to the state. It actually the Constitution says it is the president who holds it in trust for all of us. One of the former presidents himself says that thing should go, right? But then the question is, okay, so like I said, the principle has been recognized that we must begin to include local communities in decisions around the allocation of mining rights and those things. I think my colleague also asked, the local community has different representatives. The traditional authorities, now we don't even know the definition. Somebody says, who are they? Chiefs, Tandani, all of those. And then there is the district assembly. So which is why he asked, who in the local community, if we were to say in the Constitution that whenever you award a contract, a concession, license for somebody to come and explore or exploit a local mineral resource, you must obtain the concurrence or prior consent of the community. Who is the community? So help us specifically. How do we design the local participation around that? Is it the chief? Is it the Tandani?
Is it all of them together with the district assembly? How do we do that? Because sometimes local division at the local level is what allows the central government to take advantage and say, you people, you are not united. You are all, there's a lot of local conflict. So I'm taking it over. The president is only one. There's never conflict. We know who the president is. It's only one person. So we can vest it in the president, no conflict. If we vest it in local community, you'll be having conflict. So determine for yourself at the local level who speaks for you. Then we can design an arrangement around it and say, local consent means maybe the assembly together with the chief, together with the whatever, and then they sit together and say yes or no. They meet the Minerals Commission people or the mining company. They look over the EPA reports, the whatever environmental impact assessment, everything, and then they say yes or no, there you go. So sometimes I think it's a matter of organization. At the local level, in whom should we vest this power to give concurrence? If we just say local community, it will be in court every day. It's very unclear. So sometimes, which is why I say you can assist us by having some consensus at the local level. Who, when we say local community, who do we mean? Can we construct a new entity at the local level that speaks for the local community and has legitimacy? Right? Because otherwise we will make a nice recommendation, but then it will be embroiled in conflict, in litigation, all of that. Right? So the principle is good. Everybody has accepted it, including even former presidents who used to have that power. But the question is, at the local level, who do we give that power to? If we are taking it away from the president or sharing it with the local community, who should we go to? So help us with some very concrete proposals. And I think my colleague also asked, not only in the award at the front end, but after the exploration of the resource. The benefits from minerals is not just royalties, but even with royalties, what's the share? How must we deal with local content in terms of employment opportunities, in terms of secondary businesses that come out of the mining? What share of it must we give local communities in terms of contracts? Even catering contracts. Some of the mining generates a lot of different benefits. So again, help us with some very specific ideas and see how we can put this so that we can have something more concrete. We don't want to create more litigation when we put something in there. Oh, we forgot. This has created more problems than we thought. So again, help us. We budgeted to end this thing at 2 o'clock. I hear that it's almost 5 minutes to 2 o'clock. Our moderator will tell us when we have exhausted the time. We are willing to maybe sit for a few more minutes, maybe 2:15. We can grant a little bit more time so that we can get your responses. But in the next 15 minutes, please be short, be brief, so that we can capture everything. We'll be on radio. We are here tomorrow, but we will be doing other rounds, so we'll be in the media. If you happen to hear us, you can also bring some questions for us. The media, my local Zulu chief and myself will be in the local radio tomorrow morning, so you can also ask us some more questions or bring your commentaries and contributions there. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Kwame Anaba from Bolga Central. My issue is about the MMDCs elect. I think the MMDCs should be elected based on the government of the day. If not, because assemblyman, we say an assemblyman is not a partisan. The assemblyman as at now is between MPP, NDC, PNC. So the MNDC should be elected based on the government of the day. The next thing is about the assemblymen. The assemblymen is those who are at the community level suffering day in, day night, and they have no any benefit. Assemblymen have only 145 cedis per quarter to take home. Not even up to 600 cedis per year. An assemblyman is suffering at the community level. So I think this constitution we should do something to it to also help assemblymen. Once a while, they give them a motor for 8 years. They will not get anything apart from motorbike. So I think the government should look about this and help the assemblymen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming again. I wanted to respond to one of your questions that you asked, especially whether or not Parliament, the number should be capped. For Upper region, if we don't make a comment and you take a decision, it will affect us badly. For instance, currently, about
heads of institutions should be given full power to operate without interference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am in a person of Mustafa Maran and a student from CKT UTAS. That's CK Tedem University of Technology and Applied Science. My issue is about Article 106, which talks about the mode of exercising legislative power. I believe that with this, from 1 to 14 has stated how Parliament should conduct its business, or that's the legislative power. But it seems there is an issue, which is in any case where the president doesn't assent to the bill, what happens? I believe that last year we had that issue, which was the LGBT bill, which was taken to court and all that. The president refused to sign or assent to that bill. But within those provisions, or let's say within Article 106, from 1 to 14, it doesn't state anywhere the punishment or what should be done next after the president refuses to sign the bill. It only gives room for him making recommendation, it's coming back to Parliament, and it shouldn't spend more than, I don't know whether it seems more than 2 months or something like that. Sorry if I'm not quoting that correct. Yes. And on the second issue is about education, which is the gap, the infrastructural gap between the North and the South. I don't know whether there can be an introduction of an article which will capture that, because it seems we being in the North, we are infringed, and that of the South, they are really enjoying. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Evelyn Abingde. I'm a girls' education officer for Talinsi. Though I'm not representing my office, but I want to use this opportunity to add my voice on the girl child education aspect. I think one of my sisters already spoke about the girl can consent to sex at the age of 16 and can marry at the age of 18. Once it is a constitution review committee, I will be happy if we can increase the age of marriage for the girls. Because looking at Ghana here, at the age of 18 years, I wonder how a girl can be independent and can marry. The girl is still a child. And once we said they can marry, we know that at that age, sometimes they don't even know what they are about. But at least they have heard that they are up to, if they are up to 18, they can marry. So sometimes even some of those girls at the age of 18 are still even in basic school. And they drop out of school and go and marry. Most of the times we follow up to try to talk to them and convince them to come back to school. But at times they just say 18 years they can marry. And it's like the law is not backing us to fight up to that level and bring them back. So if we can at least increase it to 20 years, 22 years, where at least the girl would have completed secondary school and perhaps has taken another step where you think that after that step, whether she's in the tertiary or she's learning a trade, after that step, she can at least be able to help herself in order to be a good wife. Quite apart from that, we are also saying that instead of a girls' education unit, let's create a gender desk officer where we can equally fight for the rise of the boy child. I work at the Talensi, and I can assure you, when you get to the schools, from the basic, from class 1, the KG, up to the junior, up to the P6 level, you will see a lot of the boys in school. But when they get to the junior high, it's like at that level they can go and do galamsey. So mostly when you visit the East, you go and see the girls, only girls, or sometimes just a few of the boys in school, and the rest of the boys have run to the mining side. So if we can make it a gender desk office, whereby when we are talking to the girls, we talk to the boys, even though sometimes we try, but it is like we don't have a constitutional backing to fight for the rise of the boy, so that will also help to keep the boys too in school. Because we fight for the girls, they go to the higher level, attain a good status, and when they look back, most of the boys that could have grown and be responsible for them to marry are all irresponsible. So our girls don't get good husbands to marry. So if you can help us, thank you.
I'm Ayelma Shadrach Ayimula. I represent NOPRA. Okay. I am suggesting that, or from the view of NOPRA, we are suggesting that MPs should have time limits. People should not die as MPs. They should have time limit at least 3 terms, at most 3 terms. Members of parliament should be elected at least, at most 3 times. They shouldn't die as MPs, and their privileges should be cut down, because almost everybody who serves in a government as an appointee uses parliament to ride, let's say, as a hiding place. The moment they are in government, they are appointees, their next target is to go to parliament, because they think that is the place they can invade prosecution. So they should not use parliament. They should cut down the privileges parliamentarians enjoy. Again, the election of the MDCs, I think it should be non-partisan. The unfortunate situation we found ourselves in Ghana, that we have sold the country to NDC and MPP. If we are to be electing it on partisan basis, it means these 2 brothers will keep on manipulating us. But if it is non-partisan, we are sure one day we can start the changes right from the assembly level. But if we keep on making it partisan, to elect MDC is no. I don't think it is the best interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, we will give our Royal Highnesses some 2 minutes to comment, and then the high table will conclude everything for us. Please, I'm very sorry, we can't have everybody speak. Thank you.
We speak slowly, so increase the time. Yes. So, I'll come. Chiefs, paying tax on enskinment. Chiefs, chieftaincy is not for sale, and we should never think of it in that manner. It is very degrading. What we do, chairman and co will say, won't call him feel and sapine. When they come, they greet. And that is not the only thing we use to select. I think that is not even the major thing. We do soothsaying, we do other things to have a chief. So it is not a cost that you think we should be taxed. And we will insist that it's a gift. So you can't even say, and it's normally done secretly. You don't do it publicly. So you can't even know how much we took. Then, yeah, but it's critical. A lot of people have sympathized with the women, the queen mothers. And I think I'm always there for women. I'm there for them. But what they are looking for is already addressed in the Chieftaincy Act. The Chieftaincy Act defines a chief as this. And they say, that's Article 277, that a person who hailing from the appropriate family and lineage has been validly nominated, elected, or selected and installed and enskined or installed as a chief or a queen mother in accordance with the summary law and usage. So you don't have problem. It's just as usual implementation. And though the lecturer who gave us a lesson in philosophical diametrics, he said he warned us as chief. I think we have taken note of it. But he himself gave us a parable that once you are in the, what do you call it, crocodile-infested river, you don't ask, who pushed me in? You try to cross. So for now, we are already in the crocodile-infested water body. So we would cross, but we'll take note of what you are saying.
On this good note, thank you very much, Chief.
I want to call for strict separation of powers in our next constitution so that we don't have any fusion like appointing or maybe appointing ministers, more than 50% of ministers from parliament. I think it should be strict separation of powers so that everybody will perform his functions of organs of state so that everything will be okay for us.
Thank you very much.
I think I have to say something. Otherwise, if I don't, it will go against me one day. And what I want to say is that I agree with the Tendana's submission. But what I want to say is that it doesn't affect the whole Upper East region. Bongo is different. As for Bongo, the Tendanes don't own the land. If I don't say this, maybe one day somebody will say that when they were saying it here, what did Bonaba say? So that is my point of correction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Two issues. The eminent persons asked us, what do we consider about merger? You see, in this country, when we are even citing projects or district capitals, people are conscious about where I come from. Like Lawyer Mark talked about, the psyche. That is something that we are living with. So if we attempt to merge, we'll have issues. Second issue, definition of community. Whether benefit sharing, whatever, we have direct affected persons or communities and indirect affected communities. So where a mining project is cited, we can consider the directly affected community, but because the minerals run through, they have no limitation, we can consider it based on the decentralization processes, town, zonal area as a community. That is a structure that already is operating. That's my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My dear brothers and sisters, time is not our ally. I mean, we have 1 minute to go, but let me announce this. Please, those of you with submissions can submit to the email submission@constitutionreview.gh.org. Submission@constitutionreview.gh.org. Please, all in small letters. If what you wrote here is submission.
Submissions at Constitution Review.
Please, the correct thing is submissions@constitutionreview.gh.org. Submissions@constitutionreview.gh.org. Those of you with documents that you want to submit, you can kindly send it through that.
Hello. Mabote yele sera. Yara Bonaba yele sera. Upper East, still Upper East. Machete tinana mbotenga wo nde tenga dana. Apata dira tenga wa dana. Yes. So Upper East, za Makati nana de tengarana. Gurega wo mi eti ya uburu wo mi tit nana de tengarana.
Thank you.
Ha, mawiti yela bana.
Hello. Hello. Please, let there be some quiet.
Hello, can we have some quiet, some silence? Hello.
Hello. Thank you very much. It's already 2:17. We were originally scheduled to close at 2 o'clock. I think it's okay. It's okay that the conversation, the discussions here have been extremely robust, sometimes emotional, but that's all fine because these are issues. The reason we came here is that we believe that it would not be sufficient to get the opinion of the national elites in Accra without also getting the sentiment and perspectives and opinion of local communities. And I think it's okay if at the local level these views are expressed with much more emotion than in Accra. The Accra elites are a bit distant from the issues and everyday concerns of local communities. So I don't think there is anything wrong with the fact that we have experienced or witnessed more intensity in the emotion with which people have expressed their opinions here. I think that is the very, it confirms our belief that leaving Accra to come to local communities and actually engaging the chiefs and peoples at this level is the appropriate thing to do. Unfortunately, we of course are not a judicial body. We can't resolve disputes about who has title to what. But I think it also underscores the importance of a point I made earlier. One of the ways in which national elites sometimes can hold on to power is that they say, well, if you take it to the local level, there'll be too much conflict. So let's just keep it here. And I think if we are going to advance the decentralization project, if we are going to move beyond what is on this paper in the Constitution and give more autonomy, more resources, and more power to local communities, I think these issues must be sorted out. Local communities must give enough comfort to the national elites to make them believe that when they give power to the local communities, they are not going to create more problems. At the end of this process, the people we are going to give the document and recommendations to are the national elites. They are gatekeepers of this process. They are the ones who will vote in parliament and to carry this process forward to a national referendum. If they are not comfortable that there will be peace and order and less conflict, they may not accede to a number of the recommendations that we make, right? So I think it's important to take into account the concerns. It is true that traditional authorities predated the founding of the Ghanaian state. They were here before the colonialists came. But the colonial project also came. And out of that, Ghana was born. From the time of, even before independence, this struggle for power between traditional authorities and the central elites have always been there. Kwame Nkrumah and the UGC, that struggle was also there. Eventually, the Nkrumah side won, and the Nkrumah side took the power to Accra. And it has remained there. We are now trying to reimagine a different Ghana, where local communities, from a lot of the conversation, in fact, as I was listening to the desk officer with the education office, some of these solutions to the problems are here. You know, they are here. They know the impact of these problems of mining on teenage pregnancy, on school dropout rates for males, and all of these things. So it is good to have power come back so that the local district education officers may have more autonomy to decide certain things as opposed to the GES bosses in Accra. But before that happens, we must be sure that we are not going to create more problems as a result of decentralization. So I think it's a healthy conversation. We cannot solve the feud, whether it's in Bongo or outside of the whole region between Tidani and the chiefs. There's a lot of stuff have been written. There are many cases in court. That conversation will continue to go on. But at least I think in the interest of the community, when you are proposing something, give us a model that will bring power and resources to the area so that we can all move forward. I think this has been an extremely rich conversation. We have gotten new perspectives that we didn't get. I've told you that we've had engagement since March. We have been meeting almost every day, every week at least. We meet some new group. Some of the ideas we have gotten here just this morning are new to us, right? So it's a very important addition to the conversation. We are very glad that you have come in these numbers. Different facets of the local community, the chief, the Tindani, the civil society groups, the clergy, the public servants, you are all here, and we are most grateful for the contributions that you have made. I've taken a lot of notes. My colleagues have done the same. We have recorded everything on video and audio, and we will go and play back. Some of you have given us written submissions. We are most grateful for that. But we invite you to continue to give us even more so that we can have very fruitful deliberations and debates when we go back and sit as a committee and review the inputs that we have taken from you. So I can only thank you all on behalf of the committee. Trust me, this has been very valuable. Some of the things I've put, double asterisks on some of them because they are new ideas. I have already bounced some of them off my colleagues, and we are very pleased with some of the ideas that we have received here. So on behalf of the committee, maybe I'll give my last word to my secretary because he's a local boy. I'll let him be the one to have the last word. But on behalf of my committee here and the staff, we came with a lot of assistants, our secretarial staff who have been taking the photos. And this is being live streamed. So there is this, as we're talking here, people back home are also seeing this live. And I'm very glad that they will see that in Bolga, the room was full. We have even asked them to take pictures of those standing outside because there are many people who couldn't come into the room. So maybe next time when we go to the next place, we need a bigger room. The experience in Bolga has told us that we need much more space to accommodate these opinions. But thank you very, very much. Everything that has been said here has been very useful. If you don't find it in the Constitution, we will find a way to express your opinion and communicate it. Like I said, the Constitution is not the only place where we make law in the country. There are other places. So we will try as much as possible to reflect your opinions here in the advice that we give the government. But we really hope that, and I can trust, those of you who are not sure if this will go anywhere, you can trust us that this will be the last time we are coming to ask you your opinion to review the Constitution. This will go somewhere. You can be sure. We can at least guarantee that there will be something useful out of this process. We will not come back again to this place and ask you these questions. We are almost certain that this process will bring finality to what we started in 2010, and that this will be the last time, at least in your generation, that you will be getting a number of people here coming to you and asking you something about the Constitution. We are really going to make sure that the government makes a move, a positive move with the recommendations that we are going to make. Thank you very much and have a lovely day.
So, Elanyore, untenga tupuzo. Yaka fucking zuo ya mompa pa enu boy menga. De mana ite mbahate te pohe. Yeah. To. Yelmangre. So now ma kalama sorma. La maruma. La tendama bokala. Deke te dogorba la te marma. De pour yazozwe. Ya nkokere ya zake committee la zoom la ya zake tin. De ayela stala tinetendek palia. De ayela stala tinetendek palia.